finger, we don't have to try. Flashy on the outside, but loyalty's tight. No solo missions when we take flight. Racing on the edges, we keep it so close. Flaring in the night, our ships we boast. In the back of Grim Hex, we the ones they toast. But out here in the stars, we don't ever coast. Rolling deep, dripping chrome and gold. In the verse, we reckless, wild and bold. Heist jobs as a crew, the stories unfold. Always fly together, that's how we roll. Maximum thrust, baby, you know we breaking with speed. The marks in our rear view, completing the deed. Stacks in the back, ships all blinged out. Untouchable crew, no there is no doubt. Maximum thrust, watch us slice through the night. Ice on the horizon, yeah we ready to fight. After the job, we hit day Mars light. Kicking up sand trails, running it tight. 4 ships, 5 ships, all 6 in the air. Fast and low, you really can't compare. In the blink of an eye, we in the clear, cause we roll together and have no fear. Flipping low through the atmosphere, no slowing down. In the high G zone, we're all skimming the ground. Cut so fast, we breaking the sound. We take the crown, no backing down. Maximum thrust, baby, you know we breaking with speed. The marks in our rear view, completing the deed. Stacks in the back, ships all blinged out. Untouchable crew, no there is no doubt. Maximum thrust, watch us slice through the night. Heist on the horizon, yeah we ready to fight. After the job, we hit day Mars light. Kicking up sand trails, running it tight. Yeah, that's how we do. Knee adrift in the high G, hustlers too. Maximum thrust, we coming for you.
Verse jump hustler, riding so clean. New paint dripping, got that chrome so mean. Pull up on a hauler, tell them give me that stack, or I end up floating your body in the black.
Rolling through pyro, I'm the king of the void. Got my cutty all shine, yeah, the real McCoy. Jump point flicker when I hit that lane. Got my turret gunners locked, boy, crosshairs train. Cargo full of widow, that's the high class heat. Sell it out in Grim Hex, got the popo beat. Got my boys on the scanners, watching them pings. If I spot a lone hauler, then we spread them wings. 50 mil haul, yeah, we gunning for the cracks. Hit the quantum drive, all the booty in the rack. If a bounty boy chase, got the EMP prime. Hit him with distortion, now his ride ain't flying. I'm a first jump hustler, riding so clean. New paint dripping, got that chrome so mean. Pull up on a hauler, tell him give me that stack, or I'll end up floating your body in the black. Got my stash in the hex, got my spots on lock. Bounty boys talk, but they ships get rocked. Hustle through Stanton, trade lanes clogged, but I still find routes when the jump's outlawed. Microtech cold, but my pockets stay hot. Drop a loaded Brios, then I'm back to the spot. Crusade is tight, but I bribe who I need. Custom boy paid, keep my name off the feed. Shield up strong, but the Gatling spray fast. Caterpillar fall when we bust that glass. Ain't no safe zone when the crime stat rise. Got a safe house stash where the nine tails hide. I'm a first jump hustler, riding so clean. New paint dripping, got that chrome so mean. Pull up on a hauler, tell him give me that stack, or I'll end up floating your body in the black. And I've been about mine since the early days. OG outlaws, no crime still pays. From terror to pyro, from yellow to arc, I run these damn lanes like a shark in the dark. Man, I've been about mine since the early days. OG outlaws, no crime still pays. From terror to pyro, from yellow to arc, I run these damn lanes like a shark in the dark.
Burning thrusters cutting tight. City lights flashing by. Candy paint dripping slick. Got my sponsors riding high. You know Miss built the razor, but I turned it into legend. Clocking records in the sector. Every race another lesson. Hollow ads flicker. I'm the name they wanna see. Platinum cred flowing. Ship rap like a symphony. Call me Apex. Neon King. Move like I'm untouchable. Running vectors razor thin. Physics feel adjustable. I weave, I boost, I break the sky. Pushing past the limits, I was born to fly. High G rolls in the midnight glow. Neon Apex, Apex, never taking it slow. Hit the boost, G-force pressing on my chest plate. Bank it left, cutting through the smog like a death race. Skim the stacks, turbines humming like a war drum. Drift between the billboards, flying where the law shuns. Crowds betting creds, got my name up on the marquee. Last lap, full send, leaving vapor in the dark seas. Tower tries to call me, static in my earpiece. I'm too deep in the rhythm, got the city on a heat streak. I wave, I boost, I break the sky. Pushing past the limits, I was born to fly. High G rolls in the midnight glow. Neon Apex, never taking it slow. Midnight sponsor deal, got that corp stack deposit. Paint job shimmer like the skylines. Motion every time I take the stick, it's a high speed devotion. Got that overclock core, thrusters burn like dragon's breath. Cyber city, mind to carve every turn to brush with death. But I dance with the danger, I make it look smooth. Another win, another check. What's another one to lose?
What up, guys? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the Astrodome. Welcome in for our pre 4.8 discussion. My hair is a mess. Well, I just took a shower a minute ago, so it's unsetted. But anyways, we'll try to deal with it. What up, guys? We're here. 4.8 is tomorrow. Whether it's going to be a noon release or a late release or a fail release and then it comes out Thursday is to be determined. But today we're going to talk about the changes in the weapons, the changes in the armor, the new ship loadouts you should be expecting, the new ship loadouts you should be testing. We're going to go through light fighters, heavy fighters, multi-crew ships, capital ships. We're going to talk about all different kinds of loadouts, and that's what we're going to do today. There won't be any gameplay because 4.0 is not out, and I'm not playing in the freaking PTU because it's ass. So we're here to talk, and we're here to have fun. I'm going to record some videos right now. We're going to probably record a good like 10, 15 videos, and we're going to drop them all on YouTube right now, and basically give you guys a crap ton of content on ship builds and what to expect for 4.8. But if you're here for the live stream and all that kind of stuff, then you get to have the discussions live and put your input in live and all that wonderful stuff. So benefits for that and whatnot. But if you miss anything, like I said, we're going to try to get most of the important stuff up on YouTube later today or tomorrow. So you'll have plenty of ship builds and stuff to look at. There is big changes in weapons and armor again, so let's talk about that. Hello, Direwolf. Let me clean my glasses real quick so I can... I'm going to put on a hat, dude. My hair is not participating, but that's okay. There's just that one piece of hair that's bugging me. You see it? I mean, of course you guys see it, but anyways. Yes, it's a full wipe. All Wicklow stuff is gone. It's unfortunate, but maybe people should stop freaking exploiting. Ugh. Let's go like that. Let's go like this. Beautiful. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Kells is here. Kells is here. Can't wait for his inputs.
Listening. What happened? What I missed?
Nothing. We're about
to fix.
Nothing. We're gonna go over meta ships and meta builds and meta everything and changes to armor, changes to weapons, what you need to do to hit certain ships and all that kind of shits. And that's all. That's what we're gonna talk about right now.
Are you streaming?
Huh?
Are you streaming, or you gonna talk about it with the guys downstairs?
No, we're streaming. Some of them are gonna come up here. I was hoping that Caleris and B1 would at least come up here, but I think B1's just watching on the live stream. But
okay.
I mean, the Discord chat says live. You know, just saying. But anyways, you're welcome to join. This is a discussion. Everyone's welcome to be here in the talk. Anyways, so I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna be recording a bunch of videos, and we're gonna be talking about ship builds and weapon changes and armor changes, because there's things like, let's see how Urkel handles it. So does Urkel handle it? How? Let's see. So Urkel shows the HP of ships and stuff, but does it show the armor of ships? Do they even bother putting armor on ships like that? So let's take out something that has armor and stuff. Let's just use the Perseus, because we're gonna use the Perseus a lot to talk about armor and stuff. I don't know where Urkel shows the armor stuff. I know where it shows on SP Viewer. We're going to be using both, but
if you look at where the shield is at,
where the shield
on
is,
Urkel, you see the shield health, and then right under that, I think that's the armor value.
I don't see any number. Oh, I see. Maybe the shield itself wouldn't say that. Yeah,
No,
I'm pretty
not
sure
that,
Urkel
not the
shows
shield.
armor somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, like you see it right. You don't see it. So I'm scrolling down right now just on my phone, and so as an example, I'm looking at the Asgard, right?
Okay.
All right, so I look at right here. I see total shield health of 52,800, right? And then right under that, it's a little line that says, I believe this is the armor. It has like just a regular shield, and then it says 22,275 hit points, and then 92% deflection of physical, 49% deflection of energy,
But that's not.
19% physical. Okay,
I
so
mean,
that's what I was thinking.
that,
Someone told
that's
me
shield
that was on.
stats. But this is right here, right underneath it is armor stats. But that's just saying I want the actual numbers of the armor. And this
Yeah,
isn't giving.
yeah.
Let's go to SP Viewer and see where SP Viewer shows it. Not have SP Viewer. SP. What's up, Flea? How you doing, broskies? Pick a random ship again. So I don't want to do the Idris. It's just too big. Anvil Asgard. Okay. So here's the armor. It shows hit points here, and it says damage detect deflection threshold. This is what I wanted right here. Damage deflection threshold. This is the important stat. So we might just use freaking SP Viewer all the way around then if it's going to be showing us like that. But
See, look, but if you look back on Urkel,
uh-huh.
just as relation, those numbers are the exact same.
Where?
The numbers that I was looking at, remember I said the numbers said 22,275 hit points?
Correct. Okay. So let's go to the Asgard because I'm on the
Yeah.
Perseus.
Yeah, that's on the Asgard. It's just, it shows it different. The same thing like that.
Where do you see the 22,000 at?
I only could probably show it to you in a screenshot. Let me send you a screenshot. I'll upload it.
Is the complete wipe real? Yes, it is real, sir.
Let me send this to you, man, so you can see what I'm talking about. I got you, big dog.
Share your screen too. Oh, you're on your phone.
Yeah.
Because there's HP here. Maybe it's in here. That's just the HP the shit.
Oh, man. I just sent it to you, Holmes. Let me get up and get on my computer so I can be more helpful.
I don't even have that. I have exactly what you're showing. Oh, you're on live, sir. You're not on PTU. You're on
Okay, so you're
yeah.
looking at PTU. So let me see, is it the same on PTU? I don't know. But I get you. That's usually where I see it. I'd be on. Give me a second, Manny.
Right. What I'm saying is I'm looking right there on the PTU variant, and it's not showing that. If I switch it back to the other one,
Mm-hmm.
it still doesn't show it for me.
Why doesn't it show that? It should. Here it is again. Now I'm on PTU now, and now it's showing the value has been increased to
Right.
23,760 on the PTU.
Maybe I need to update the. I got it. I had to update.
Okay.
I got it. Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna use Urkel then. Urkel is so much better than SP Viewer. SP Viewer is great for comparing things and showcasing a big threshold of things, but I really love how simple Urkel is. So it's easier for consumers that don't know what's all going on. So, anyways, what is going on in 4.8, guys? Let's talk about this, right? What's going on in 4.8? So, again, they're rebalancing weapons and they're rebalancing armor. So, all of ship combat and all of the meta is changing again. Currently in 4.7, the meta fighter ship is most likely being used as the Wolf because it can deal with light fighters and it can deal with medium and heavy stuff to a certain point. So most people use the Wolf. The Arrow and the Gladius still are the Arrow is still better, but the problem with the Arrow is it can't really punch up at the same time as it punches down, while the Wolf can do both at the same time. That makes the Wolf as good as it is. That has changed. The Wolf has lost its high caliber stats now. A Wolf will probably still be pretty solid, but honestly the Wolf isn't going to be punching up at all. So the Wolf is only a light fighter target now. So now the Wolf is in a bad position, to be honest. What I'm going to be running, me personally, because my playstyle may change a little bit in 4.8 because of the fact that they're coming out with the new Origin ship, the M80, right? So I'm kind of going back to the roots. If you've been watching Astro Manny, if you've been watching me and the boys, some of them that have been here since forever and whatnot, way back in the day, I used to be Origin everything. And I that was before I was awake. I was a Bob back then. I was sleeping. That's okay. I mean, I'm still Origin everything because I think Origin looks the coolest, but they're not the most efficient. Besides the M50, which actually got nerfed to the dust as well. So you can't even use the M50 really anymore. But anyways, I digress. The point is, the M80 is coming out. It's going to be a badass ship, and it's actually going to be pretty meta. So, on that turn of events, I'm going to be probably using the 85X as my light fighter, and kind of my other daily driver will probably be the 325. And I'm going to be running 85X, 325, and the M80, and then anything up will be Perseus or Polaris or Idris, whatever. But anyways, so I'm going to show all kinds of different weapon or different ship builds. We will go over Gladiuses and Arrows for, the meta world, and we will go over changes like the Scorpius is in a bad spot. Scorpius isn't, it's hurting a little bit because it's got all size 3 guns, and size 3 guns are not very good in this upcoming patch. So we'll talk about that. I'll showcase what I wanted to talk about armor for you guys. So armor wise, we're going to talk about the Perseus. This is the big one because there's a lot of people flying Perseuses all the time, right? Everywhere you go that's PvP, you find a Perseus. The Perseus is RSI. What did they do to the M50? They made it slower. Like they made it slow for some reason. Like, so like look at the M50. The M50, so the M50's speed is 280, 490. Like look at that. It's a mistake. Its boost speed is 490. That's a mistake because if you go to any other interceptor, yeah, a slow racing ship, yes, it's a mistake. If you go to any other racing ship, like the we can just do the Razor, just a regular Razor, you can see the Razor can boost up to 595. The Razor can go a whole 105 meters a second faster. Mind you, the M50, what they did is they made the M50 have a really high SEM speed without boost. If you saw, the M50 has a speed of 280, which is now, I think, the highest speed any ship in the game can go without using boost. But when you're fighting, you're using boost. So this isn't helpful. So yeah, I don't know why they did this to the M50 and for the sake of just repping Origin. But what I was talking about is the Perseus. Okay, so we can zoom in by doing control, right? There you go.
Hold on, Manny. I'm trying to get there. I want to see what you're talking about. I am
like
rushing.
I want to have my
to
face. I want to have my face in the videos and the cameras and stuff, but I also don't want it to block the screen. So I'm trying to get where we're gonna do this. Maybe we'll use SP Viewer. Is it going to be easier to show SP Viewer?
So there we go. All right, I am on your live.
Okay.
I am there.
My armor stuff.
And let me also hop on from.
What's up, Cardinal? Welcome to the discussion. I hope I know I haven't been the most consistent Star Citizen streamer in the world right now, but I am still your #1 information guy to go to. I will still tell you that. Like, if you want information, you should be coming here. Anyways, so let's talk about this. The Perseus is one of the most used ships in the game, right? Anywhere you go that PvP is, you run into a Perseus, right? So the Perseus and these big heavy gunships and the Polaris and the Idris have insane damage deflection thresholds. Insane damage deflection thresholds. Okay? The Perseus has the ability to stop any gun that does not do, if it's an energy gun, if it doesn't do more than 418 alpha damage, it does no damage to the Perseus. So the gun has to have more than 418 alpha damage to deal damage to a Perseus. That is huge numbers.
Damn.
Now, the reason why there's physical and energy is because This physical is for ballistics, yes, but it's for ballistics if the shield is up. So if the shield is down, if the say you're fighting something like the Perseus and the shield is down, then the number is the same for both ballistic and energy weapons. It's going to be 418 if the shield is down. But if the shield is up, the shield takes some of the damage of the ballistics away, right? And that's what this number is showing you. If your ballistic gun does more than 495 alpha damage, it will go through the shield and penetrate the armor of the ship. Which again, 490 is huge. Huge numbers. Okay. Probably should have been recording that as a short.
If you don't mind, what size guns do that type of damage?
Yep. So that's what we're going to next. We're going to talk about the basic armor weapon change right now, and then we'll talk about specific loadout. So I just want to throw all that out there. So the people that are here and are listening right away, you guys are going to get all the information with all the small little hints, because I guarantee you there's lots of people covering this and there's going to be lots of people talking about this, but are they going to explain it and hold your hand like we do over here? Because a lot of people will say, well, you need 400 and something, this and that, and the energy stuff. But they're not going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you exactly every single thing, why, and the ifs, and the ands, and the buts, and the changes, and the niches, and the non-niches, and the metas, and the... Got you. Okay? So, yes, light fighters are never, ever touching a Perseus right now. This is all going to probably change next patch again, because it changed the patch before, and the patch before, and it's all going to change probably again. But right now in 4.8, most light fighters can't even dream of touching a Perseus. Okay, so let's talk about this. This number is 495 or 418. Okay, I'm going to go to Urkel now. And we're going to show... me back out a little bit. Let's just stay at 100 for right now. We'll talk about something like the Gladius, all right? Everyone can relate with the Gladius, okay? So here is your main guns. We'll talk about this a little bit with the Gladius. Here are your main guns. Let's go with... go like this. Fuck it. Let's just do no webcam, guys. No, I want the webcam. We'll just do like this. Like that. Okay. Yes. Okay. So when the armor is gone, the small guy. Yes. When you destroy the armor or you penetrate the armor, yes, the other guys can jump in and fight too. That's fine. But I'm just saying the initial hit has to be that much. So like if you land missiles, that's gonna hurt the armor too. So like there's workarounds, right? But I'm just saying a light fighter's guns don't stand a chance. Your main, you're gonna hear this here first, okay? Listen. These are your guns you're gonna be using. Hold on, not this. These are your meta guns in your current patch, okay? These are your meta guns. Okay? Your shredders, which is your shredders, sawbucks, whatever the size 1 is called. Chainsaw? No, something like that. But shredder, sawbuck, those guns are going to be your main meta weapons. You will see in 4.8. When everyone starts using them, you heard it here first, because everyone's not talking about them yet. No one's talking about them yet, but they are the best weapons. Hands down, they're probably the best weapons in 4.8 for your fighter ships. Okay, these only go up to size 3. Remember, okay? Shredder, sawbuck, and whatever the size 1 is called, only goes up to size 3. So this is for ships that only go size 3, which is most of your light fighters. Okay, now the sawbuck alpha damage is 81. Okay, is 81. 81. That's it. All right. Now, your meta repeaters are going to be your attritions this patch. And if you have RDARs, which you only have the ability to have 2 RDAR 3s and 2 RDAR 2s, so you really can't even put a full loadout with RDARs. But so in that case, let's switch it to regular attritions. Okay. So your attritions, it's hard to find things, you know, words are hard. There we go. Your attritions have 86 alpha damage on them. That is way, way, way below 400. Okay. And I'll showcase the difference between a CF repeater, a Panther, and the attritions. Okay. The Panthers do 44 alpha damage. Okay. But the Panthers shoot at 750 RPMs. So they shoot much faster, like rapidly. And your attritions shoot at 350 RPM. So they shoot less than twice as fast. But they also have better recharge on their guns and stuff like that. And all that kind of stuff. But the reason why these are the same is look at your velocity speed. If you know about PvP or really any kind of actually efficient combat, the only stat that matters is ammo speed, velocity, ammo velocity, projectile speed, whichever word or term you use, that's really the only stat that matters. Okay? And both the attritions and CF repeaters both have 1480 meters a second is their velocity speed. So CF repeaters and attritions shoot the same velocity this patch. Therefore, you get to choose between the two on which one do you think is better. And like I said, the alpha damage on the attritions will allow you to hit more things and technically does better DPS, but the Panthers hit less alpha damage, do the same speed. But if you're paying attention, look at our burst DPS versus our sustained DPS. The Panthers actually have better burst DPS. Oh, I lied. No, I did not lie. It's because my highlighted thing changed. The Panthers have better burst DPS than attritions because they shoot again at 750 RPMs while their attritions shoot at 350 RPMs, and 350 times 2 is only 700. So they're more than 2 times faster firing. But because of how fast they fire, they recharge kind of at a shittier, slower situation. So the sustained DPS is higher on the attritions than the Panthers. So in my opinion, you might as well go with the gun that hits harder alpha damage so you can kill more ships. Which will go into which ships can be killed by attritions and which ships cannot be killed by Panthers and things like that. So, but that is your laser repeaters. You can choose either your CFs or your attritions depending on your like, but I'm saying this patch you're probably going to want attritions over CF repeaters. Again, the shredders or the sawbucks or whatever those are called on their current sizes or whatever size you're using are going to hit just as hard as these attritions, travel just as fast as the attritions, but they're ballistics. So I'm telling you right now, these SW16 or SW16 BRs are going to hit the best. So here's the size 1 version. It's called Buzzsaw. The size 1 version is called Buzzsaw, and the size 2 one is called Sawbuck. So I was right on the size 2, but size 1 is called Buzzsaw. And there's not a size 4, so we'll get to size 4 in just a moment. We have Hornet up. We'll get there in just a second. Okay. The last thing to talk about is the cannons. Okay, because again, this is not going to hurt very many ships. Let's show you, like I said, the Perseus is 495 and 418. Now, that's pretty fucking high. But we can show you the Connie, and you can see that the Connie is 116 and 110. So again, attritions are not killing a Connie. Not happening. So your Gladius is not killing no Connies if you're running attritions. If you're running a PvP build, you're not killing Connies. Alright, so that brings us to the cannons. Okay, our cannons, specifically the one that I'm saying you're probably going to use the most, if you're going to use cannons, you're going to use the M series cannons because they're going to hit the hardest. Check out the alpha damage on your cannons. 410 on your M5As. That is massive. Massive, massive, massive. What's up, Laz? What's up, Gaz? What's the best PvE guns for the Gladys? We're getting there. We're talking about it right now. So anyways, look at your speed difference here. So your velocity, bullet, projectile traveling situation, it's 1184. That's not that far below the 1480 of the attritions and stuff. By the way, this is the fastest things go if you're not counting like the mass drivers and the sledge shits, because those shoot faster than this, but like those weapons are garbage. Anyways, so this isn't that slower. Let's show some of the other cannons real quick. So you have your we're not going to talk NN cannons. Those have been nerfed to the ground. Omniskies and Quallers are still the exact same, it seems. But so we're going to show it compared to the Omnis, right? Okay. So here's your Omnis versus your M5As. So your M5As hit 410 alpha damage, size 3s. Your Omniskies are going to hit for 219. That's basically half the damage. If you look at the DPS differences, you got burst DPS versus sustained DPS. The M5As hit higher burst, and they also hit higher sustained. So this is why I'm saying Omniskies, who? Look at ammo speed. Same ammo speed. Omniskies, who? Get rid of them. Omniskies no longer exist in this game, guys. They're completely useless. Get rid of them. Okay. I'll real quick showcase the NNs.
Wow.
So the NNs, their fire rate is atrocious, by the way. And their ammo speed is atrocious.
Crazy.
Get rid of the NN cannons. They're garbage. They're garbage. Get rid of them. They're done. They're done. They're out of here. All right. So, if you're using cannons, you're using M series cannons. We could check out the light strikes just to make sure. I have not even looked at the light strikes, so I might just eat a whole bunch of foots in the mouth. Light strikes hit.
I'm being hopeful.
They hit less damage.
I got my fingers crossed.
They hit less damage, but they shoot much faster, right? So that's the benefit of light strikes. But as you can tell, the burst damage and sustained damage. Sustained damage is 177. Ass.
I don't know why they made the light strike like that. Oh, it's like even before this patch, it's like it's always weaker than Panthers or Animal Series.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Horrible.
I'm gonna be using the 85X this patch around at this time around V1, just for funsies. We're your spread. I don't know. Are you talking like ammo range? Or here's spread, right? Spread attack / decay. I don't think this matters because if you're flying a light fighter that's using shredders and sawbucks and stuff like that, you should be up close. So it doesn't really. I don't think it matters too much. I haven't even looked at the stat for calculations or anything. But yes,
SP Viewer would be great at that.
yeah, we're using SP Viewer for showcasing some of the stuff. We're doing both. Okay, so does that make sense? So we got questions on the standard light fighter Gladius situation. So, if you're running a Gladius and you're running PvP, your best chance that you're going to be running is going to be your shredders. Okay, like that's going to be your PvP setup. And again, you're not going to be able to punch too high up. So you can kill a few things, but you can't kill a Connie. You definitely as hell not killing a freaking Perseus, right?
Or to be more exact, you can kill heavy fighters, you just can't kill multi-crews.
Yes, so you can kill heavy fighters, you can't kill multi-crews. That's a good point. So a showcase of that is we can show you the show you a heavy fighter like a, let's go all the way up to like Aegis, Harbinger, or anything like that. Harbinger's damage deflection is 50-40, so you can kill them with Sawbucks. You can kill Anvil, let's see, Hornets, or not Hornets, but Hurricanes. Hurricanes is a little bit better, 54-29, or that's kind of weird that it's 54-29. Like, why is the energy so much lower than the shield? Or ballistic. Anyways, what's another one?
Hey Manny, did you
Guardians.
take a look at did you take a look at any of the mass drivers?
The mass drivers are garbage. We don't talk about those.
Isn't the Hurricane like Anvil's version of an interceptor?
No, Hurricane is a heavy fighter. It's not a heavy interceptor like the Scorpius. The speed on the Hurricane is slow. Like, so Anvil Hurricane, it's 214, 480, which is a fighter's stat. That's like what the Guardian does, right? Roughly what the Guardian does. Where the Scorpius does 235, 90, right? Huge difference.
This new track is about that fast life, that hustle, that rise to the top.
So your PvP build in your Gladius or your Arrow or whatever you're using for your fighter ship will most likely be able to handle heavy fighters, but it will not be able to handle multi-crew. With some exceptions and whatnot, because they don't know how to make things balanced, even though they say that they're balancing things. The other showcase of this, where's the Scorpius, since we're talking about Scorpius? Scorpius armor is 50-40, just like the others. So,
Can you show that other
or many, if
screen
you want to
one
go
more
up to
time?
the ranking,
ranking?
up at the top.
Sure.
Yep, hit ranking, you will be able to see the gap more obviously.
Okay.
It's under hull.
Sure. Armor health? Or armor threshold?
Damage,
Gotcha.
threshold.
Beautiful. See, this is what I wanted to use SP Viewer for, is stuff like this. So, again, oh yeah, people want missile spam because they won't have the money to, right? That'll be nice.
Missiles actually got to 90% cheaper.
I mean,
So you can spam it even more.
but they have to still put them in, you know? And for some people that might just be too much work. So, where were we? Right around this area, right? This is your Zeus's, your Scorpius, your Ion, your Inferno, your Spirits, your Vanguards, your Guardians, your Hurricane, your Lightnings, your Terrapin. Terrapin goes up to 62, 6233, and then you go to your 400i. Okay, Drake Corsair 400i is your next little spot, and as you can see already at this point, your Sawbucks are no longer killing it. Right, so if you're running a Gladius and you're running Sawbucks, you're no longer killing 400i or a Corsair. So that's where it all stops. Okay, here's your Connies and your Triage and here's your Paladin and your Asgard and Valkyrie. And then once you go from there, you go straight back up to your bigger multi-cruise ships like your 600i, Starlancer Max, Starfarer, Whole Seas, Ironclads, blah 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 blah. Right? Beautiful stuff. I like this a lot. Thank you, Claris. So, right there is your threshold. The biggest thing you're killing with your Sawbuck PvP build of your Gladius is a Terrapin. Biggest thing you're killing. Or most armor thing that you're killing. Right? So
you said Shredder, Attritions, and what was the last one you said? I think it was
the M series cannons. Your M series cannons are going to be your PvE run, or if you're building your ship specifically to hit bigger ships. So you probably wouldn't use it too much. I mean, it probably would do semi-decent in PvP as long as you're the better pilot, because the speed is not that much of a difference from your 1480. It's 300 meters a second slower, which in what we're used to on the fact that the top tier guns were firing at 1800 meters a second versus 1400 versus 800. There was a huge gap in between each level of weapons. Now the gap is much smaller, so the skill gap can be brought down a little bit. So hopefully that helps. Again, like I said, on light fighter stuff, I'm gonna take a drink real quick because we've been yapping, right? Talon comeback as light fighter, capable of punching up. Yeah, but again, the Gladius size 3 with your M cannons can hit 410. So that's killing everything but a Perseus, you know? Like, look, it's killing all this. All the way up until the Carrack. Well, you can kill the Carrack when it's sheltered down. You can even kill the Perseus when it's sheltered down. So technically the Gladius can kill a Perseus. No, it can't. Sorry, 410, not 416. Sorry, or 418. Sorry, I am incorrect. But it can kill a Carrack, and it can kill all these things, including the Starlancer attack, including the Hammerhead. But it cannot kill a Reclaimer, Perseus, or Polaris, or an Idris without help. So, I mean, I feel like a lot of people are just going to be running M series cannons because they're just going to be just that strong. But for the people that are min-maxing, your shredders are going to be your PvP weapon. Okay. So let me showcase here what I'm going to be doing for my light fighter build, just for fun. Like I said, I'm going to be flying the 85X, which uses size 2 and size 1 guns. What the fuck are you thinking, Manny? Why are you using size 1 guns? Well, why not? Okay. So our Sawbucks, if we're running Sawbucks, are still going to be hitting 54s. Our Buzzsaws only hit 36. But I'm not going to run it like that. If I'm running with ballistics, then I will run Sawbuck, maybe Deadbolts. We haven't even spoken about Deadbolts. Let's go back to Gladius real quick and talk about Deadbolts real quick. Before we finish, Deadbolts hit 455 alpha. Sorry, we up and went up past the Deadbolts and didn't talk about it. Okay, Deadbolts hit 455.
You can hurt a Polaris.
No, it cannot. It cannot. Not unless its shields are down. Okay, because it has to be 495 for your ballistics to hit it without the shields down.
That's what that means. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it can kill, again, the Deadbolts can kill anything but the Polaris and Perseus and stuff. Even the Carrack. So If you're running ballistics and you're running deadbolts, that's perfectly fine. The deadbolts fire the same speed as the M cannons as well, so your deadbolts are plenty viable, plenty good, very good choice. The ammo that they have is 387. Is that what it's showing right here? The max, or
No.
yeah, 387.
You can shoot 17 times before you overheat.
Right, but its max, its ammo count is 387. You have 387 shots at size 3 deadbolts. Before we go there, let's finish that whole category, right? So let's take a look at your tarantulas real quick. Okay, so here's your tarantulas. They hit for 137, but they do the same speed. So again, throw them out. Why use anything that if they use the same ammo velocity? Like, throw them out. If you're using cannons, you're using deadbolts or M series ballistics for deadbolts, M series cannons for lasers. Otherwise, throw everything else out. They talk about rebalancing, but they literally made most of the guns in the game useless. Beautiful. Thank you, CIG, for not knowing how to make space combat fun. But I digress. So, going back to the 85X. My 85X that I'm going to run for my starting setup, I'm going to run lasers because when we start off, we're only going to have 20K, right? I will probably switch to ballistics at some point and become a full ballistic turd, because like ballistics are just stronger in the current game of 4.8 Star Citizen. So if you remember in 4.6, ballistics were fucking busted, right? You might as well you should be running everything on ballistics. Okay. Yeah. In 4.6, you ran ballistics on everything. 4.7, they kind of balanced it, and it was kind of a preference thing. It was kind of you can use ballistics or lasers and get the job done pretty evenly. Ballistics still probably had the edge, but it was much closer. This patch, it's flipped back to ballistics are just OP as shit. So if you could afford to restock and repair and all that kind of stuff all the time, you're probably going to want to run ballistics. But if you want to be able to do multiple fights over and over and over and over and over without having to restock, then of course you still want to have your laser build. So for my 85X, I'm going to run two RDR2 attritions. These are basically attritions, right? They're going to hit for 59, and on that 59 scale, we will be able to kill everything under a 400i with our attritions. So that's all you need there. But this is where I'm going to have fun with it, guys. This is where Calaris will yell at you guys and all this stuff about getting used to running two different pips and using two different weapon groups and things like that. So instead of running more attritions as my size 1s, because if you look real quick, we'll take a look. The attrition size 1s.
It's not like you're running a 1600 gun with like a 1200 gun in this patch, so the pip differences isn't really that much of a problem.
I agree. Attrition 1s hit for 34 alpha damage, which still takes out mostly everything here. And even if you're going to fight a Guardian, your attrition 4s or your attrition 2s will weaken it first, and then your attrition 1s will begin to help. Same with some of these other ships. So you can still run full attrition, so you can have the perfect pip and everything with your ammo speeds. By the way, look at ammo speeds. The smaller the gun is, the faster your bullets travel. So, mind you, the Gladius attrition shoots at 1480. That's a size 3. 85X attrition, size 2, is going to hit 1495. The size 1 attrition is going to go at 15. That's very, very, very small difference. It really doesn't matter, but it's just something to note. Just something to note. Okay. So instead of running attritions all across the board, I'm going to run M series cannons on my size 1 85X. So that way I can hit all of these ships with my 85X if I need to.
Hey Manny, how did you get to that screen?
Hit the ranking button. That's what you're talking about.
Gotcha.
Running a mixed build of M series cannons with my Ardor attritions. These are let me just change the attritions so people don't get confused. But running attritions with my secondary guns being laser cannon M series cannons that hit for the 182, you can take out all the heavy fighter ships included on this, or all the multi-crew ships included on this. The small multi-crew ships. So let's classify this. Medium's a better word. Yes, exactly. So you have all your small ships, right? Your small fighters or whatnot. And then you have your heavy fighters, which is here. Your heavy fighters, and so yeah, these would be called light multi-crew, right? Like your Zeuses, these are your light multi-crews because they're not really fighters, right? So like things like the Mole, well, those are industrial and stuff. But that's a good point. So like the Spirits and Zeuses are light multi-crew. And then all your heavy fighters. But this category, we'll call this your medium multi-crew ships. So your Asgard, Paladins, Apollos, Connies, and your Corsair are medium multi-crew ships. These guys up here will be your heavy multi-crew ships or gunships. See, because that's what I would call these, your gunships. Even though I wouldn't call the Star Lancer Max a gunship or whatnot, but you get the point. These are your heavy ships up here. And then you have your capital ships. So that's how I would classify it, is your stuff. But my 85X with this build will be able to beat anything in a straight up duel, as long as you're the better pilot, using your attritions and whatnot, and hopefully landing shots with your cannons as well. But if you run into something bigger, you can still take out everything before you get to a 600i. So this is why I'm going to be running this kind of setup with my 85X. And so you'll see that a lot with when we go to specific ship builds and whatnot. This is what you're going to be seeing from me. This is going to be kind of my meta setup, is either you're going to go full PvP, or you're going to go full PvE, or you can do a little bit of mix with this kind of setup. And that's really your meta situation, is you're either full PvP with your regular repeaters and ballistics, or you go full PvE and you go cannons, or you do a mix. And your weapons are that. Attritions, sawbucks, stuff like that. M series cannons, deadbolts, anything else, you throw them out. You throw them out. And as Rubicant over here saying, you could just go deadbolts everything and say fuck everything, just put deadbolts on everything, and that's perfectly viable. As far as PvP in that situation, it could be a little bit difficult because you're just going to have the slower velocity gun, but it's only, like I said, a 300 difference. So if you are the better pilot, you're probably still going to win that fight. We'll see when we get gameplay and all that kind of stuff. The PTU is unhelpful for gameplay, and PTU is the PTU. So, anyways.
I have something to go with for Rubik's, but I'm gonna need your help checking for it. Let's say on Arco right now, let's say you put on deadbolts. Let's say your biggest deadbolt 2.
Sure.
Can you tell me what the alpha is? What that is?
303.
303. Okay, in theory, what should it be able to punch at bare minimum?
What do you mean at bare minimum?
Okay, so it stops shorts at 600. Okay, can you open up the?
But it could still kill it if its shields are down. But yes.
Well, let's see. If you go to the performance viewer for your 85X on SP viewer and put on the deadbolt there.
Okay. Hold on, let me change. Let me fast forward our music on the stream because it's on the freaking dumb part. There we go. Okay. Let's just type in so we don't have to search. Okay. So you're saying here? Deadbolt?
Deadbolt. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, now scroll down a little bit to hit the deflection check button. Armor deflection calculator on the left hand side. Scroll down a little bit.
Okay.
And then set the what was that ship earlier?
600i?
Yeah. Set the one under it. The one with the 100 something armor.
Asgard?
Asgard, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure there's no edge cases here. Alright, so we scroll down to the deadbolts. It's deflected with shields. So how much shield do you have to get rid of before the deadbolts actually go through?
About 12 or 86%. So 14% down.
Yeah. Alright, so that's what I was mainly wondering. Because it's not like the deadbolt actually chunks shield much. I mean, ballistic. Ballistic doesn't really hurt shield much, so you'll be wasting a lot of ammo, deadbolt ammo, so I'm just trying to take the shield down enough for this case to happen.
And what ship was that again that you guys was putting it against? Wasn't that the
Asgard?
Asgard? Yeah. Okay. Huh.
Okay.
I'm getting some education on this site right now, dude. This is.
Yep.
Huh.
Cool beans. We're gonna use that.
Why are the shields at 86% right now, though? Why did that change to 86%?
What do you mean?
No, that's us setting it. That's us checking
Yeah.
how much shield has to be gotten rid of before X gun penetrate.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's actually a lot worse in the live right now with this when you want to run ballistic because of the armor value right now.
Yeah.
Now the only thing I'm wondering is my page looks slightly different than yours because my deadbolts are on the top. Oh, you guys got deadbolt 2s, not deadbolt 1s. I put deadbolt 1s on mine. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Where we're always bringing you the groove. Now we
Cool.
all know
Huh.
verse can throw a wrench in your plans. And we all know that
So,
out there
That's our discussion on,
but you know what?
your ship's
Hit me is a funky reminder.
your ship's shields or your the new armor values, the new weapon values, the new weapon velocities, the new all that stuff. So your basic knowledge on the weapon and armor meta. Now we can talk about specific ship builds, and we'll go through a few of them, and I'll record a couple of videos, and we'll post them for tonight and tomorrow. And then, of course, when tomorrow the patch comes, we're going to be doing everything. Like, you already know the best damn fucking workhorse org in the world here is going to bust out the gates running, going full speed, and we're going to have all the reputation by the end of the night. That would be impossible. We'll have fun. I am off work for the next 5 days, so I will be doing nothing but playing Star Citizen starting tomorrow when the patch drops. So you will be seeing me live probably 16 hours a day for the next 5 days. Today is going to be a short stream. We're just discussing this and ship loadouts. Tomorrow we're going to be going crazy, and for the rest of the weekend we're going to be going crazy. So, on that note, let's go back to our 85X build. This is what I'm going to be doing for my 85X build. What would you like to see? Most people want to know about their Gladius stuff, right? So if you're running a Gladius, if you can get your hands, if you're running lasers, if you can get your hands on a third Ardor, very simple, you're going to run your Ardor repeaters, right? But like I said, ballistics are going to be king. So who cares about that? And run your shredders. Did CIG change the policy of Wicklow ships or still present? No, everything. It's a full wipe. Wicklow's gone. Everything's gone, but blueprints.
Wait, whoa! They taking the Wicklow shit too?
Yep. Wicklow's gone.
They taking your Wicklow ships, bro? You gotta be fucking with me.
Yep, they're gone. Oh yeah, you missed that part. You were asleep, Kels.
Well, that wasn't the news from yesterday, bro.
No, this was news from earlier today. Like right around noon, probably. We got the news, or maybe it was like 2.
Well, I'm not gonna comment. I'm just gonna.
It sucks. I agree. It sucks, but it's gone. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is going to be your meta PvP build. Is anything that can run shredders, you run shredders. You know, that's what it's going to be. So even for the 85X, if I was going to be running it for strictly PvP and I was doing stuff like that, I would be running our what the fuck are they called? As a sawbuck. Okay. So your sawbuck, it has 5,274 ammo at size 2. At size 3, the shredders have 2,589. So the sawbucks have double the ammo. Holy shit. But they do half as much damage, right? So it makes sense. You could even go buzzsaws if you wanted to, but their ammo count is garbage. What is up with that? Oh. No. Sorry, the ammo of the sawbuck is half of this. So it's 2,600 in like 80 something. Because this is a turret that has 2 guns on it, so it's double everything. So it's roughly the same amount of ammo that you would have. Yeah, so okay.
So you're saying at this particular point you think that you're saying you believe the wolves right now are in a very bad place in this meta right now?
Yes, I think so, because you could only use their guns, right? You could only use what are they? Kruger, right? So their guns hit for 63. This is the okay. Well, let's do one of each, right? Okay. The laser hits for 85, and that's the ballistic hits for 63. So even the laser at 85 is not going to hurt any of the heavy fighters.
Oh wow.
No, it hits heavy fighter. It doesn't hit medium multi-crew.
Sorry. It doesn't hit medium multi-crew.
Okay.
So it won't hurt Corsairs, Connies, nothing like that. Yeah. Wow. But on top of that, its speed is 1440, which is slower than the size 3 attritions and Panthers and things like that by 40. It's not a very small difference, but it's a little bit slower. And then the ballistic Gatlins are now even slower. So the Gatlins are worse than the repeaters now, than the laser repeaters.
It actually still is in the current line. Worse than the laser.
Gotcha.
The speed? I thought they were the same speed. I thought they're both 16.
Well, no. So I mean, like overall the gun, but
Oh,
speed-wise,
oh, yeah. Yeah, lasers currently are better on the Wolf. Currently live, yes.
Okay, so rip the wolf.
I just melted my
Okay.
Wolf.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and melt mine now. So fortunate. Really like that shit.
You know what's funny about the Sawbucks? It's as if CIG knows what the best gun already are, and they decide to slap on every single turret on the Ironclad Assault with Sawbucks and 85Bs.
Huh.
Mm.
Yeah. So you're telling me I can take, is that on the assault or both?
I'm not sure about the base, but the Assault definitely has all
It
Sawbucks.
does. So I can pull out the Ironclad and just rip all the guns off of it. Okay, heard.
Okay. Damn it, man. I'm glad I woke up in enough time to catch up while you were doing this. Yeah,
Yes, so let's talk specific ships before I go and make videos and do a like video version of it. What specific ships do we want to talk about? Like I said, my 85X, this is what I'm going to be running, but the regular Gladius, you're going to be running full shredders. And if you're not running full shredders and you're doing a PvE build, you might as well run your full M5As or your full deadbolts, depending on if you want to do lasers or ballistics. What's up, Donnie? Got any ideas for the F8C? Yeah, sure. We can talk about F8C. Medium multi. We can talk about medium multi. Any specific ships? Oh yeah, we're going to talk about the Hornet for sure. But the first suggestion was the F8C, so we can pull out the F8C and talk about that. F8C is Anvil. Okay. So your F8C has its 4 size 3s and your 4 size 2s. We'll even go into shields and stuff as well in this build. We'll go into the shields, and I guess we can talk about missiles a little bit too. I normally don't talk about missiles, but for the sake of fully completing builds, we'll talk about the whole thing. So we'll talk about the F8C, then we'll talk about the F7A, and then we'll talk about a couple medium multi-crew ships. So this is going to be the same thing that I talked about with everything else, though, weapon-wise. So weapon-wise, if you're running your F8C, then it's questionable anyways, but it's a very solid PvE ship. Very, very solid PvE ship. Probably one of the best PvE ships in the entire game, right? So if you're trying to go Bert's...
The F8?
Yeah.
What did they do?
It's always been... It's just got the most guns.
Okay.
For a solo pilot, it's just got the most guns.
All right.
But yeah, so if what you would do with your F8C, if you're gonna go try to land some shots and kill people in PvP and whatnot, I still suggest the full ballistic shredder sawbuck build. But you can also do this in PvE as well, as long as you're not fighting those higher up ships, right? So like your strongest hitting gun, which is your shredder, is going to hit for 81, right? And so your threshold that ends you is the terrapin. If you're shooting a 400i or up, you're done.
No. Right. Even heavy fire you can't puncture unless you get rid of the shield.
Yeah, but with 8 ballistic guns hitting it, the shields will drop. Like,
you would only be doing like less than 40 alpha against the shield.
Says the guy who was talking about killing harbingers in 5 seconds. It's the same. This would be worse than that, better than that.
The size 3 works, but I don't know about the size 2s.
You're right. But it'll help. The armor is going to be cracking right from the start. So,
And to be honest, I don't know whether or not how much my Revenant was actually doing the work before the shredder kicked in when I was using it on my Hornet.
okay, so let's we only need to do the 2 right there. So here's your, we're going to be fighting a, let's just do the Vanguards, right? Let's just do the Vanguard.
Asgard was just fine too.
No, Asgard is too much, bro. It's not hitting Asgard. How about? It's not hitting Asgard.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. You're right. I thought it was under.
Let's fight itself, right? Let's do F8C versus F8C. How about that?
You
can type
go
it.
back.
You could also type.
You just roll past.
I know. It's rough. Okay, so here's your size 2 sawbuck and your size 3 shredder. So in the beginning, it's all deflected because it's only going to do 23 damage to start. And how much do you need to get through an F8C?
It's a heavy fighter class, higher up.
Yeah. Here it is. So you need to have 54 or 29, right? So this isn't doing that damage, but again, the shields are going to be dropping pretty quickly because you have 8 guns, and I believe as soon as that goes to 24, it'll start chipping right there. No, gotta go further down then. Wow, quite a bit. You have to get the shields almost all the way down. That's nuts. Okay. It's weird because it's different numbers. I think it's both the sites and all that kind of stuff and the people not having all the information yet. But so again, questionable. But if you're using this for PvE, which is what I'm assuming you're probably going to use it for, why not run your full laser cannons or run your deadbolts, right? So it's basically the same thing, right? So your deadbolts are going to hit for, what was it again? 445. And what are we trying to penetrate into? Let's try something like, let's do one of these standard ones here. Let's do like a, I feel like you don't even run into these in PvE that much. You might run into a Carrick in PvE.
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar? Yeah, okay, let's do Caterpillar. That's a good one. So, we're doing deadbolts. Deadbolt 2, and this is a deadbolt 3. Yes, I'm looking at the PTU stats, sir. Okay, and we're gonna fight against a Caterpillar. Full shields. Its deadbolts are being deflected from the Caterpillar at full shields. Okay, so it's not until you get the and those are size 3 shields. Man, so deadbolts are looking worse and worse and worse.
Isn't it a little higher than 16? Well, regardless, it's still, that's a lot of shield.
Yeah,
You gotta work through.
Sure, 17 is the threshold, but that's still a lot of shields, like you said.
Yeah, that's a lot of fucking shield. Yeah, that's you're gonna go through half your ammo.
So, I mean, if we're being real, maybe ballistics, at least in tarantulas are garbage. They're garbage. Get rid of them.
You know what this is? You know what I'm thinking, Manny?
So
I may not rock a light fighter at all for this version
yeah,
of I'm thinking because we're gonna need it seems like we're gonna need SAS fours and up consistently that I'm probably just gonna rock a Paladin.
I'm
If
sure.
I go smaller, that's gonna be the smallest tier ship I probably bring
I'm sh-
just to help with shields.
I'm sure you're a Rattler guy, so let's put Rattlers on. Actually, you know what? Let's get people off of Rattlers because of the crappy alpha damage of the specific individual missile that the Rattlers do. They might not be good anymore. So you're gonna want your Dominator twos. Okay. So if your missiles are gonna be Dominator twos. If you can get your hands on FR76s, of course you're gonna want your FR76s. Get your hands on a JS400. You want that, and then your coolers will be snowblinds. If you can get your hands on those. If you can get your hands on those, again, everybody's getting wiped of all this stuff. So you won't have FR76s in the beginning. You won't have JS400s in the beginning. You won't have snowblinds in the beginning. So what are we looking at from the very beginning? You're probably going to be running default because its default was military, wasn't it?
You can hit the reset button on it at the top right.
No, they're stealth. What the hell? The standard F8C that you get from Pledge is stealth shields? What the hell?
Yep.
Let's just do HP pool. So civilian A's are going to be your best things to start with when you can buy them, which they're kind of going to be price-wise. Let's take a look. That's 60k a pop, basically. 57k a pop for your shields if you're buying civilian A's. So compared to your stealth that you start with is 7400. So it is giving you 2500 more HP in your shields, which is helpful. Yeah.
But it requires 2 power pit.
The civilian. Yeah. Yeah. It is going to be a new sensation on having to do space stuff on a budget. I agree. So again, to finish up, if you go gather all these parts, this is what you're looking at, right? When you go gather all these parts, you want your full military with stealth coolers, your quantum drive. Of course, again, if you can get it, you want your VK00. But for the start, if you make a little bit of money, obviously you're going to start with your standard start. But as far as buying things, you're going to want to go for these civilian grade A's in the beginning, which can be bought at all these different locations. Cousin Crows, New Babbage, all that stuff. So for the most part, on all ships, your civilian grade A's are probably going to be what your go-to is until you find your military grade components. Even here, you can run industrial, the Genova, which will be your best power plant. But I guarantee you that Genova is worth a lot of money, about 100k for a Genova. So your standard, actually the F8C comes with a Maelstrom, so you don't need to change your power plant. Your power plant's fine. And then as far as it's this, you can go ahead and pick up the grade B stealth, which would be the vapor blocks, and those probably aren't even too much, about 23k a piece. So for items that you can purchase, this is what you would build your F8C Lightning to build into a PvE ship. Same thing with your Quantum Drive. You're probably going to want to start with the Colossus. But again, the Colossus is a little bit pricey. No, 35k is not too bad. What does it start with? It starts with the Expedition? Yeah, I would switch to Colossus. All right. Is that good? Helpful? If you're doing PvE, this is what I recommend. Just put on your laser cannons. The speed you're going to have on them is going to be solid, and the fact that you're going to be able to hit 410, which is going to be able to take down basically anything but a Perseus, Polaris, because it even takes out the Carrick, right? So it basically takes anything out but a Polaris, Perseus, Reclaimer, and Idris. Even takes out the Hammerhead.
Real quick,
So
can you take a look at the
these are expensive, by the way. Real quick, yeah, we'll look at the palette. Or no, we're going by people's. We're gonna get to the palette. I promise you. That's one of the ships I'm gonna be flying. So we'll get to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if I was doing this correctly.
Yeah.
From the loadout that I just chose on my what I'm gonna run on the palette.
So you're seeing here, guys, the M series cannons are a bit pricey. So mind you, when you're going for these full PvE builds and you're going to buy these guns, the size 3 M cannons are pricey. Size 2 is only 33k a pop, but your size 3 M cannons are 75k a pop. Okay, so it's pretty expensive. Make sure you make some money. It's not like money's going to be too difficult. We will make videos and stuff to show you how to make money and all that kind of stuff. All the stuff that for content creators that have put up on how to make money in the past is probably still all good now, but you're going to have no rep right at the start. So I will tell you right here now, for the guys that are here and watching currently and are here getting the first-hand information, your best routes, if you're really, really trying to make money, is you're going to either want to, if you're going to want to do foot game, you're going to want to go and just go do Onyx. Go straight to the Hyperion, because it doesn't require any rep to do the Onyx. You just have to do the mission chain, right? And so if you get through that mission chain, that last mission gives you like 666k, right? Plus you might get the lab sample at the end, which is an extra million. Okay, so if that's the best way of making money right up from the start without having rep. F8Cs cannot take out a Perseus. No. F8Cs cannot hurt a Perseus. Then the second or the other way of making money is intersect. Okay, so intersect missions will unlock you the smuggler's intel, which gives you that QV Vandal mission, and that is worth over $1 million for doing that mission, right? But that is kind of a big fat mission, so it takes a lot of time and stuff. So you have to be aware of that. Plus you have to gain the rep to first unlock it. So it's a little bit of a grind before you get to the intel stuff. Plus the popsicles, exactly. Yeah. Yep.
It will take a while before you will be actually able to sell those cards now.
Yes, and going to go pick up components and sell the players, it's gonna be a little bit of a. Yeah, with no dupe components, you can sell components a lot better too, you know, but you're gonna have to wait a little while for people to earn their banks, right? So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, so that's our F8C. Kels, we'll get to the Paladin. Like I said, we're gonna go down the line of the people suggest. We'll do the Paladin as our first multi-crew ship that we talk about. I'm gonna talk about the F8C real quick. Or F7A, sorry. I have the Heartseeker pulled up because I was looking at something, but they're the same thing. F7A Mark II, right? The haggling would be fine. Yeah, dude. Since if there's no money exploit, this is gonna be fantastic. This is gonna be I'm so excited for tomorrow, guys. Like, you don't understand how I'm shaking, waiting for tomorrow. I'm so happy about this white because the economy is going to be there, and we have crafting, so we could haggle crafting and components or materials for crafting. Do you got a 900 and something piece of Hadanite? Do you got a 900 and something freaking whatever, you know? Like, it's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. I cannot wait. And whatnot. So anyways, your Hornet builds. Okay. I'm going to personally start off with the Hornet as well. My Idris is going to have an 85X, a Hornet, and an M80 when the M80 comes out. But for now, my Idris is going to have an 85X and a Hornet in it, and then whatever space for everyone else to fit in. So, your F7A. For me, I'm going to start with a full attrition build on my Hornet because of when you start off and you're gaining rep, you're going to be fighting small ships for the most part. So I'm okay with just using attritions for the first while of rep grinding. What was the site that showed the shield deflection and all? It's spviewer.eu. Hello, Dermacaby. Hello, Bang. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, guys. So, for me and the Hornet in the beginning, I'm going to be swapping to Ardars because these will be free. I'll own these, right? Those are the size 4s. And Calaris is going to give me his set of Ardars. So I'm actually going to have all 4 Ardars on, which is going to give me 92 alpha damage, which will take out mostly everything up until the 600i. Or, yeah, up until the 600i. Actually doesn't kill the Redeemer and Retaliator Connies. But we're not done with this build, right? We haven't finished talking about the build. On top of that, you're going to need your size 4 guns. So my size 4 guns will be attrition size 4s. I'm going to run a full laser build. And the attrition size 4s hit for alpha of 100. So they still won't be able to kill these things. Alright. Fun stuff. For you, there's only one choice. Your stock 21 Wolf. Nice. So, this is what my Hornet's going to look like from the start. But again, if you're doing PvE, put on the M cannons. Put on all that kind. Let's see, how expensive is our attrition? We can't even.
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
It'll take you like 10 missions before you can start affording them all.
What if we just say fuck the attritions and put the M6s on? Those are still going to be, those are going to cost more. Yeah. Oh man. Ooh, fun stuff. Okay. I mean, but even like, look at the price of your deadbolts, right? So like, or even the other stuff. So, like deadbolts are still super expensive. Anyways, this is going to be your standard pew pew Hornet. This kind of build will work even in PvP and all that kind of stuff because you're going to do so much damage so fast that you're going to go through the ships pretty quickly. You can still run the full ballistics, which you can run your shredders, right? Your size 4, so this is where we talk about the fun stuff, right? Size 4s, we're going to talk about size 4s real quick. Your Revenant, as you can see, and your ADB, the ADBs have the most alpha damage, and they all have the same speed. So when it comes to your size 4s and size 5s, the answer is just ADBs. Just the answer for ballistics. So your ADB 4Bs and your AD 5Bs for your size 5s, that's what you're going to be using for your bigger Gatlins. The difference of speed here is 1296 compared to your Shredder, which is 1480. So you're going to have a little bit of a gap difference, but you'll just have to adjust and deal with it when it comes to that case. there is a small little thing that we can talk about here. You can put on your Super Hornet Heartseeker Gatling guns, which are better than your shredders. Yes, they're better than your shredders because they shoot double the speed. So if you have a Heartseeker, these are actually pretty decent now. You can also buy these at Babbage, right? You can buy this turret at Babbage.
At many places.
Yes, just Babbage, according to Urkel. Just center mass. So what really maybe any center mass. So maybe at Area 18 too. We're gonna do components right now, Bang. Okay. So those are your Gatling setups, right? Is your shredders and if you want to go all the way to Babbage to buy this, it costs 115K, which is a pretty good deal for 2 guns technically. But yet, yeah. Wait, so you could buy. I'm assuming this means you can buy the turret and the guns here. So maybe it's per gun 115. So maybe it's 230K to get both.
So, Cycle, the thing with the TSMB turret is that you actually have to claim after you put it on, or else it's going to be missing its gun.
Yeah, there's a little trick to do it. And whatnot. Seems in 4.8 you still can't buy Axioms, yeah. Which is the lasers for the wolf, yeah. That sucks, man. So let's put a full build here together, okay? So for me, what I'm gonna start with is, like I said, my Ardors build. But I will do a standard build for PvE. Again, all these things are gonna be standard across the board. You're going to run you're gonna run your M series cannons. If you're doing PvE, I just suggest people to run M series cannons. It's your best bet, unless you're specifically wanting to do the restocking deal with your ballistics. And even then, I feel like people should get used to, like, if you're by yourself, you might as well run lasers. But if you're running with the team, you can run ballistics, right? I just answered that question about 15 minutes ago to Maccabee, I talked about what would be the best way to make money. But what am I going to run first? I'm running Intersect first because I want to get tactical strike missions going. So I'm going to be running Intersect. My second thing that I'm going to be running is Headhunters. But you're good. So this is what we're going to run. We're going to run our M series cannons. And that'll be your most DPS, most bang for the buck. And of course, you're going to run your Dominators. Anytime you're running anything, you're going to want to run your electromagnetic missiles. Those are still kind of the best. I don't think it matters, but technically, they probably lock on or are harder to get off right away. So you're starting M7A. So if you have the M7A standard, which of course no one has the executive hanger or the Wicklow from the start because you're not going to have it anymore. This is all you're going to have a choice from if you own the F7A. Starts with your military grade all stops. So you're good on that. You can run your all stops basically forever until you get your FR66s. They have the same HP pool, as you can see here. So your all stops your FR66s are not going to get better than all stops, other than the fact that they're going to regen faster. So you're good with everything that starts on your F7A from the start. you might want to change out your coolers to your vapor blocks. That's the only thing I would recommend, is changing your coolers out to your vapor blocks, and you basically could run full pips across the board, even with lasers. Right? If you want to do a little bit more into your radar. Oh, we haven't even been talking about radar. Guys, radar.
Radar.
Competition B. Radar. Okay. Competition B on your radars. But yeah. We're doing Tactical Strike Group for fun. I don't even think the Tactical Strike Group gives a blueprint.
It does. The new crossbow, the new armor.
Oh, okay, so the armor and crossbow. Forgot about the crossbow. Stupid thing. But there you go. So that is going to be your standard PvE Hornet build. Across the board, you run your M series cannons, run your dominators, and you leave it all stock, but switch out the vapor blocks. Quantum Drive, go ahead and swap to a Colossus until you get your VK00. There you go. What was next? Multi-crew, so let's go ahead and talk a Paladin. Okay. So this is where you get into some crazy fun stuff, right? Because your size 5s and size 4s hit pretty high. Oh, we didn't specifically talk about what size 4s can actually start hurting the Perseus, but from what I discussed in the past, you should have the knowledge of knowing, okay, well, my M series cannons are going to hurt the Perseus, right? So let's real quick go back just to showcase that. Your M6A does 615 damage. Your M5As do 410, so the 410 is not going to do it, but your size 4s do 615, more than enough to hurt an Idris, Polaris, Perseus. You're fine there. So you got to take the shields down first, right? So that's a big key factor in that situation. You got to take the shields down first. But if you're shooting a Perseus, it's probably not going to be that hard to take down size 3 shields. You can get it done in a Hornet, no problem. It'll be fine.
What about the Heartseeker turret?
Did you not? We talked about it.
Oh, okay.
It's the best option. Heartseeker turret is the best turret for the Hornet right now. You can buy it at Babbage. You can buy it at Center Mass at Babbage. If you're running a ballistic build, if you're going to run ballistic Hornet, you're going to want to run 2 Sawbucks or 2 Shredders. Sorry, 2 Shredders. The Hornets, Super Hornets turret, and then you're going to run AD4Bs.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't hear that part. I was looking at something. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. So next we're talking about the Paladin. Let's take a look at our Galdarines real quick. Our Galdarines hit for 98. So your Panthers are still only hitting 98 at, or your CF repeaters are still only hitting 98 at size 5. Let's real quick swap that up to attritions. Your attritions are hitting at 150 at size 5. So to put everything all together for you, repeaters just don't hit big ships. Now again, repeaters still do more damage, or still do more DPS, and are still better guns for when you're shooting down or at the same target as you. Or in some cases, the same target. It doesn't work if you're Polaris versus Polaris. You're not going to be using repeaters versus the other Polaris or Perseus or whatever. But I digress. The point being, you're still wanting your repeaters for PvPing and dogfighting. But when you're going to punch something, you need cannons. There's no way around it this patch. You need cannons to punch things. So, or you land a missile. If you land missiles, then you take the armor down, and that helps. But,
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
When it comes to past we have received as rewards for missions, weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any idea on how that'll work? If that'll be something that is free, since it's in your hangar?
Yes. So like the Ardors, right? The Ardor repeaters, those are free. You can put those on. Like I said, to start the game, Kalaris is going to give me his Ardors, and I'm going to set up my Hornet with 4 Ardor size 3s.
Okay. Because I have those as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as well, from the mission, we just got the MS. We just got some
Yeah.
from the other ones. But yeah, that was the only question I had. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Alex, I'm going to answer your question here. So, with the new armor changes, is the goal to maximize alpha damage and the difference between lasers, ballistics, and distortion. Okay, we're not going through distortions right now. Distortions really haven't changed much. Distortions shut the ship down. They don't kill it. So that's basically still the same situation. Distortions don't do very much damage to shields, but once the shields are down, they deal damage to components and shut components down, and that hasn't changed. But yes and no, the answer to that question of alpha damage, at a certain point, you don't need any more alpha damage. So like at a certain point, you don't have to go over the top. So like for example here, we're talking about size 5s now. Your M7As hit for 922. Okay. Your M7As hit for 922. Your Omnis hit for 492. But let's look at the DPS as well. So you can see the DPS of the Omnis is 1230 with burst and 607 sustained. So then you go back to our attritions, and the burst is less. Wait. What happened?
The burst is when you empty the capacitor from max shot.
No, but even the alpha is saying 150. Oh, I went to attrition. Sorry, my bad. I went to attrition instead of M cannons. My bad. Sorry. Okay, so again, Omnis are 1230, 607, where your M series cannons are 1530, 919. So again, like I said, throw the Omnis away. They don't exist. You might as well run M series cannons. So on that note, the side turrets for your paladins are size 4s. Let's look at Deadbolt 5s before we go any further. Deadbolt 5s hit for 1,000. Now let's go.
Let me break this down.
We're gonna go down into it.
Down the Deadbolt. No.
Sure.
So I've already looked at it, but basically, Deadbolt 5s allow you to punch large multi-crew with shields. Deadbolt 4 only lets you punch medium multi-crew with shields.
Okay. Which is what we're gonna show.
Yeah. And then basically beyond that, within the capital category, you don't want to bother.
So we're doing Paladin with Deadbolt.
Deadbolt 5 and 4.
Okay. Here's your deflection calculator. Let's go this, and let's go versus. Okay.
You'll be deflected.
The deflected with both until.
So I consider Perseus in the sub-capital category.
I do too. Yes, I agree with you.
So, question. As I'm looking at this chart right here, I see alpha damage. Then what's that next category right there? The next category is the shield, correct?
That's how much damage you're doing to the shield, yes.
Okay. And then right after the shield, you're seeing the armor, correct?
Correct.
So how far do you go? Okay, take that down to no shields, and I just want to see with no shields, does that punch through any armor? So the rhinos are the only thing that don't touch, but you're doing damage to. This is what Perseus
Yes.
or Polaris. Okay, so you're doing damage to Perseus from that point, but you will not be doing damage to an Idris with those.
I mean, you will, but the thing with
There's too
the
much shield.
yeah, there's too much shield on capital ships, which makes life harder. Um,
Break 106. This is your old friend Dusty, and I hope you've got
Damn.
wall to wall.
right.
We're
So
back with more of your favorite country.
So,
like
But first,
getting
journey
a
and a quick return to your
getting a Idris down to 60% shields
pack of hits coming up.
with ballistics is gonna take forever.
Darla McKee, the wrecker.
With lasers, I mean, you can get it down pretty quickly ish, but it's gonna take
Enjoy
forever.
the music.
The situation here is you're not gonna be able to take out turrets. You're not gonna be able to destroy components or turrets of the Idris or the Polaris with your deadbolts. The only thing that's gonna be able to do that is the monsters themselves of the Polaris or the Perseus. So like even the fucking Idris is shit out of luck. Like you have to hit it with a railgun or you have to hit it with the Conqueror cannons. That we'll get into that in a moment too. What's up, Phantom? How you doing, broskies?
I know this may sound stupid,
Sure.
but for shits and giggles, can you show Inferno against Idris?
Sure, yeah, that's a good question. So as you can see here, the Medusas go straight through the Idris from the start. So,
Okay,
so
gotcha.
that's just the end of the story. So real quick before we go to Inferno, I want to do
Nice. Okay.
I want to do Idris P with with
With the Conqueror? Or,
yeah, here we go.
yeah, BC7.
So Idris P versus Idris P with the Conquerors. Conquerors go straight through.
What are conquerors, if you don't mind?
That's
Is
the
Size 7 ballistic T-kit cannon.
Okay, the one on the nose, basically.
yeah, the one on the nose that comes if you get the T kit, which the T kit's the torpedo one.
Gotcha.
Meteor, I mean, still the Meteor is not going to go through turrets right away. It doesn't go through an Idris. You need to take shields down. The only thing that goes through an Idris is the Medusas. You
Well, we
need
didn't look
you
at-
need
We
lasers.
didn't look at the Ares yet. That's why I was asking about the
Yeah,
Ares.
yeah, okay,
Ares
okay,
got
okay. Oh yeah,
seven
we don't.
guns
You're
too,
right. You're right. You're right. But it's a Gatling, so the alpha's low. That's going to be the issue with the Ares here. So we'll pull this up. So the alpha on this we'll just pull up the calculator show it.
Fun
So-
fact, the Leonids actually do punch through the Polaris, at least.
The what?
And the Idris. The Meteor does punch through...
Oh, because the Meteor's not deadbolts, it's the specific gun. You're right. Okay.
Yeah, it's the Leonids.
So the alpha on the Inferno is only 292. So, like, it's doesn't even punch. Like it doesn't even punch. You can't even hurt the Idris with the Inferno.
Yeah,
Like you can't even.
it's It's
That
a useless
doesn't
ship.
make sense.
What about the Ion? It doesn't at all. But yeah, it doesn't make sense
That's
at
its
all.
purpose.
Yeah.
The Meteor, low key guys. The Meteor is a absolute amazing ship.
Gets
What-
clowned on till it gets buffed.
The Meteor is a meta ship. I'm just telling you guys that now. I'm just letting you know the Meteor is a god tier ship. It's an S class ship. So whoever told you the Meteor is absolute garbage and don't ever fucking use it, don't ever listen to them again.
Anyway,
The alpha on the Ion, by the way, is 5,150. That's on the Ion.
Yeah.
So for all intended purposes, if I'm correct, I think that can punch through on the Idris. I'm looking at the Idris M now.
So, for your Paladin,
For the shields.
your Paladin, I for mostly all these ships that have this, go M series cannons, guys. Just go M series cannons. This is your Paladin build. Same thing here. You're gonna go with your electromagnetics, so you're gonna go Thunderbolts, and whatever this is, a Raptor. Yep. Thunderbolts.
I would actually downsize the rack.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah. Especially the Raptors. But if you're not downsizing, then but so okay, for the sake of that situation, I don't would you want to go all the way to size 1? Is that what we're doing?
Size 2 is with the best size.
Are they?
Yep.
I'll completely listen to Calaris with all this because I don't fire missiles. They could suck fucking whatever, bro. But anyway, so you would make everything that you can into the size 2 missiles and go dominators across the board. Right? It looks like, yeah, they all go into 4. So how many do you get? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. Alright, so your Paladin right off the bat starts with industrial grade. Again, you're not going to be able to get to your FR66 right away. So if you got big bucks and you made some money, you're going to go civilian until you get your FR86. Your power plants start military, so don't touch your power plants until you get a crap ton of JS400s. But they're fine, just the way they are. And then same thing with usual, you go to your stealth grade. So in this case, you would go Icebox to purchase right away because you don't have access to your Nightfalls. So you would go Icebox. And there you go. Look at all those pips you have starting fresh. That's insane how many pips they're giving you here because of these 3 power plants. Paladin is a god mode of a ship. Best multi-crew ship in the game, in my opinion. Aside from the, going into higher tiers of like Perseus and probably we're going to be seeing the Timber shits and whatnot. And of course, going down here.
You went with all lasers. I went with deadbolts on mine. I had a mixture of the two, but
yeah,
I think I like your loadout a little bit better. It's more sustainability.
And for your quantum drive, until you can get your XL1, you're going to go with the Huracan. And then your radar is still going to be Computation B. There you go. And now you actually have extra pips. You upgrade your radar, you get extra pips. You got pips to spare. Who needs JS400s? Guys, don't get JS.
Actually, I would actually use. You would actually want to use the radars that let you use the least amount of pep, because the engagement range is going to be a lot lower.
What?
Look towards military or civilian instead,
Why?
because the minimum required amount into the radar.
I mean, I guess. But this allows you to have maximum range and maximum assists with the least amount, is the point. To have the maximum in a military, you got to have all the pips in.
Yeah,
But in the case of a paladin, you have pips to spare. So if you want, in the case of the paladin, sure, go put on your military grade A, because the paladin has pips to spare. But in most cases, you want competition B. If you have pips to spare, go military.
Really quick, we don't have to do a loadout for the Redeemer, but could you explain how the shields will...
Yep, let's go to the Redeemer.
Okay, wait. I just want to add one thing real quick. So while you was doing that, I was taking a look at the Ion versus the Idris, right?
Sure.
Just for shield purposes. So it looks like, as I'm looking at this screen, the Ion per shot does 5,150 damage to the shield per shot. Against the Idris's 528,000 shield, right? So this is just, again, with just one Ion. It only takes 102 shots to completely deplete the shields of the Idris at that rate. So
While
if you're
doing
talking
that,
about
you're
maybe,
gonna have to dodge all the turrets.
which I get that, but we are, I'm with you on that, right, Calaris? But at the same time, we are talking about the Ion has pretty good range on those cannons. Like, we're not talking about being anywhere super close, and if you're not skilled enough to shoot at distance toward that
Okay, so let me burst your bubble here, okay?
Okay, just wondering.
Okay, so your Ion's DPS is 3,400. Okay, I'm gonna round it. It's 3,400. Okay, your Hornet's DPS is 700. 1,200. 1,900.
It's over there at the bottom, or at the right side.
Where? Oh, over here.
2,500.
2,500. There you go. You're right. Your Hornet's DPS is 2,500. So it's 1,000 less DPS. Okay.
Gotcha.
But you're an immensely smaller and faster target.
So what you basically saying is still
Ion's still useless.
Ion is useless still toward it.
Okay, to be fair though, Ares starfighters have lots of missiles.
Yeah, I think it can serve a purpose as kind of something that pesters, shoots all of its missiles, has a long distance cannon.
But I mean, I would never step foot in a starfighter, like, personally. Still to this day, they're still probably the worst ships in the game.
I was just about to say you have to be in a group of like 10 people, where the starfighter is not even really.
Yeah, like the starfighters are legit F tier, and always have been.
Except for when they first came out.
Except when they first came out, you're right. But none of us played the game then, and the game wasn't playable then.
Yeah, it was cool.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I think they're cool ships. I like Crusader. I think they look pretty, but they're just useless.
But back to the Redeemer with its 6 size
Mhm.
2 shields, I don't really need a loadout as much as I need just the shields explained.
But loadout takes 2 seconds, so.
The damage.
That's crazy. We're in the age of multi-cruise ships, and they still haven't did anything with the Ion, with the Ares series. That's bad.
Okay,
This
so
is what they were made for.
what are we talking about for shields here? So here's your shields. They start with the military shields, so you have the best shields you can get.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about losing them with damage. How does that play into part? Because you can only use 2 at a time. So can you dictate to me how easy that is?
You don't exactly use 2 at a time. What happened is, I think it's like the regen rate or something is 2 at a time that is active. All of the shields contribute to the total health pool.
Okay. And then they just take their own hit points of damage.
Yeah, so
Will degrade.
so you can look here. The HP of your shield is 63,000, which is all.
No, Billy, no, this one goes here.
It's just.
I'm a bit busy getting this repeater up.
Yeah, it's fine. It's exactly the same it was before per se. It's just you only need 2 pips to get the full HP, but the more pips you get in, the more regen you get.
I'm excited.
Why can't we full
Shield nerf?
wipe?
Yeah, no, I'm just excited for the patch.
It's in Discord, Direwolf. Okay. But yeah, and it comes with full military, so other than changing your well, I guess it's a size 3 cooler, so really you're not changing anything. Your stock components are perfect for the ship. And as you can see here, if you run the M cannons, you can. Never mind. Guess you don't need life supports. Technically don't. Get away with that, and then you go full pips right there from stock. Full pips. Take 1 power out of shields, and then take your life supports out, and you can have full pips. Oh well, we didn't do radar, which in this case I would say competition B, and so then that changes your pip situation. Oh, you're rough. Maybe you're just unlucky with the situation here. Maybe you sacrifice 2 pips and shields for the thrusters. Maybe you can't get full shields. Well, maybe that's the call. You go 1 out of cooler and 1 out of shields.
Good call. I think that's a good explanation. Thank you.
But yeah, the shields explanation wise, they're just making it easier on the fact that you don't need to have a total of crap ton of pips in for your shields to actually be working.
It just makes it
Still want
confusing.
Still want full pips because you get the ballistic resistance.
Yeah, it's just confusing.
Or
It
wait.
made more sense when they were 2 size 3s.
You're right, you do get ballistic resistance.
And the ballistics. I didn't know about the ballistic absorption. I always thought it was the same as the resistance. So that's why the calculations didn't make any sense to me. So like for the wolf, I'm gonna be using civilian shields, so I get full pips.
Wolf is garbage, bro.
That is the only thing I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, but bro, you're playing the fucking 85X, you aura farming, think you're the main character?
I am the main character.
Yeah, sure. I'll be absolutely useless in that shit.
What are you talking about? You want to see this? Look at this.
You're not gonna do anything.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. 235, 560.
Yeah.
235.
Glad you switched shredders, it's just gonna look at you and sneeze.
226, 520. I am so much faster than a Gladius. Look at my pitch and yaw. 75, 60.
Yeah.
68, 52. I am immensely more nimble and better than a Gladius. The Gladius will never see me.
You die in like a fraction of a second from shredders.
So does the Gladius.
I'm excited for my 325A. And my Gladius and my F7A. It'll be all exciting.
We're farming everything, cutie. Everything. Alright. So we did Redeemer. We did the Paladin. Anything specific that we left off?
Do we want to go up in size or down in size yet? Because we could just do that, you know.
Well, I've done light fighters. I've done everything, I guess, but technically we did heavy with the F8C. And honestly, the Scorpius is gonna be not so great anymore. I mean, Scorpius full shredders is gonna be scary versus fighters, but yeah. I mean, let's compare it to the Arrow, the 85X, because the Arrow is still the king. You know, let's be real. It's still.
I was gonna walk up the ladder again, just picking up another kind of best of show of each class.
So your Arrow.
'Cause we did kind of one of each so far.
Yeah. What's our Arrow specs? The Arrow is still slower than the 85X, but its pitch and yaw 75-57. 85X is still, but the Arrow's smaller. So you look at dimensions: 12-17, 14-13. So I mean they're smaller in different situations. So again, if you're a skilled enough pilot, no one's killing you in an 85X. It's not happening.
Well,
unless they're better than you. Unless they're better than you. Oh, hold on, wait. Let's talk about the ship we want to talk about, Donnie. Here we go. Here it comes. Here's our 325A, right? What are we rolling in the 325A? I'll tell you exactly what I'm rolling in the 325A. I think I'm rolling this, the stock build. Is that really the stock build? That's not the stock build. I mean,
they'll call me crazy, but I bought my weapons upgrade, and it's gonna be awesome now.
I think, I think actually, this is what I'll be running with. I'll switch the M cannon for a deadbolt. And that'll be, well, something like that.
Deadbolt can punch through medium multi-crew.
Yeah. So this is what the 85X is going to look like for me. And I'm going to use the 325. I'm going to be using the 325 quite extensively. Like I'm going to be using it a lot. It comes with all stops, so you're good there. It comes with a Regulus, so you're good there. You're going to swap to snow blinds or vapor blocks. Right, you're going to swap to Colossus, you're going to swap to Competition B, and you take a look at your pips now, you get full pips all the way around. That's if you're running a ballistic build. If you're running the laser build, you might have a little bit of pip issues, but
Throw away one cooler.
Yeah, you could definitely throw away one cooler and get.
So I'm just wondering, and I'm sorry if it's a little
Life support.
of me, but could you check about the Pirelli Cascade, the Zero Rush, the Force Wall, Firefox? Things should be pretty good.
What are you talking about?
That's the pack you get for one of the upgrades.
Oh, okay. What'd you say? Oh well. That's just that's better. The force wall's better. Yeah.
Yeah. So for power plant, the Pirelli Cascade, the cooler, the Zero Rush, the CO.
Wait, slow down. You're going too fast. Okay, so force walls are the shields. Power plant's what?
Fire cell.
Fire cell. Yeah, that's better because that's the grade B. And then the coolers are.
The Zero Rush.
That's bad. You lose.
Yeah.
the pip.
Yeah. So you're gonna want to change your cooler because most of the time it's gonna give you military components, or in that case, it's giving you a competition component. So this is what yours is gonna look like, right? That's better because your regen is gonna be better.
Yeah, Quantum Drives will be the Firefox.
I mean, no matter
That's
what.
actually bad. Do not use competition quantum.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm glad I asked. Thank you for
until we get military quantums, you just go with the industrials.
Yeah. Thank you for taking time.
And then if you're worried about your EM rating at all, then just go with civilian.
Dermacby, so how much time are you going to spend to get your quality 1,000 weapons? Are you talking about on our ships, or are you talking about FPS? Talking ships? How much time am I gonna spend on that? Probably not very much, to be honest, bro.
Ship, we are not going to care because what's going to happen is if you got to claim your ship, your 1,000 quality Rhino or whatever is just going to fall back to 500.
Yeah.
So what's actually more productive is you craft a bunch of, like, say, craft a bunch of sawbucks that are like low quality and just claim the ship and get it to 500.
Yeah. Yeah. So to reiterate that, when your ship dies, you lose your crafted gun. Like, you lose the quality of the gun. It goes back to 500 when your ship dies. So I will still make an attempt to get really good shields and weapons, but I'm okay with that because I won't die very often, right? So like, me having a high quality weapon or shield will be very beneficial because I will get out and I will survive and I will keep those components. But if you're a person who goes into combat and dies, there's no reason for you to spend any time on creating shields and weapons. That's perfectly okay.
It'll break your heart.
You die to some trade 50% of the time, though.
You know what? Adobe runs into me quite a bit, you know.
And who knows what'll happen one day. Maybe you'll be flying a little too low for the ground. You'll desync, crash.
Yeah.
You know, it'll break your heart. That's what I'm saying. You may be as careful as you want to think, but yeah, it may not be worth your time to straight out make 1,000 level ship weapons.
Yeah. So ship components and stuff, it's not going to be a hardcore focus. For me, it'll be a side focus, and it'll be beneficial for some of our top tier pilots. But even the guys underneath me, like Trey and B1 and whatnot, they're good pilots, but they don't know how to disengage well enough to where we would probably not waste a bunch of components on them. We need better disengaging exercises.
Just all the components for yourself.
Well, we're not gonna bother making ship components. They're a waste of time.
I only feel like it would be, you know, if you wanted to do a 1v1, that type of thing, and you wanted to bring out your best ship to flex on people, then you could do that kind of stuff. But other than that, I wouldn't. That would be your prized possession, right? You wouldn't go into pyro with that. You'd yeah, just do it for showing off.
Have I done Windrose? No, and I probably won't get around to it. We just won't get around to it. It's an early access game. It's gonna get better and better and better, so we'll get to it. Anyways, do we got another ship we want to look at? It's still the same thing. Like I said, guys, around the board, when you know what the meta weapon is and you know what the meta components are, you're gonna put down on everything. So it's like, you know that you should be running M series cannons if you're gonna go full on kill everything PvE. You know you're gonna run ballistic repeaters if you're going hardcore PvP, and you know you're going to run ballistic cannons if you feel like being if you feel like using ballistics in your PvE. So that's really just the way it goes. And then if you want to have non-restocking things, you run your attritions. So it's all there.
No, it sounds crazy, but yeah, I was just looking at the raft, just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
I mean, if F8 is a possibility, why wouldn't a raft be a possibility too? As far as dealing with bigger ships, that is.
What, the raft? What are you talking? Are you misspeaking?
I'm sorry, not the raft. The Stinger. I'm sorry, I got those.
Yeah, I mean for PvE, the Stinger is fine, but it's just a gigantic target. So like if you're running solo in the Stinger, you just get lit the fuck up. But if you're running with a group and you're flying the Stinger, Stinger's fine.
Isn't that like almost the same though with the F8?
No, the F8 is much more mobile. So let's take a look.
And more thin.
And more thin, exactly. So let's take a look. Hi, Cosmo. Welcome to the show, Cosmo. Want to say hi? Give me a kiss. No. Hi. Are you gonna go over there? Okay. F8 Lightning. So F8 Lightning, its dimensions and its speed. Let's pull the Stinger up side. So dimensions of the Stinger: 32, 36, 11, 25, 26, 8. So quite a bit smaller. And then we're looking pitch yaw, speed. Let's start with speed. 210, 445. 207, 440. Yeah. Well, let's look at the pitch and yaw. 34, 28, 95. 38, 35, 140. So that's quite a bit of a difference, to be honest. It might not seem like it. 38, 35, 140 might not seem like it, but that's quite a big difference.
Yeah, the roll rate is kind of huge.
Hi.
If we want to keep this train rolling, maybe we try out the Guardian.
Guardian's a good one to look at.
A lot of people got that.
So we're rocking a normal Guardian, or are we talking MX? I guess we just did both.
You to choose.
But obviously, if you're going to do normal Guardian, you want QI. And QI comes with the M7As, so it's like, why switch anything out? When you have these massive fucking 922 hitting guns. Deadbolts are great too, right? So that your 85Bs, which we talked a little bit about, only do 127 alpha damage, which are going to be your strongest things for if you're fighting light fighters with this thing. You're going to be using 85Bs. But that's if you're punching down. Or punching same size, right? So versus other Guardians, 85Bs is going to be great. Fighting any of the heavy fighters and light multi-crew, you're going to be perfectly fine. But going into your medium multi-crew ships, you're going to run into problems. So, and then pip-wise, if you were to run your M series cannons and you run, it starts with full stops and it starts with regulus, so you're good there. You just drop down to your ice block. It's got a crossfield in it already. You're good there. Guardian always struggles with pips, so it's one of the biggest downsides of the Guardian. If you take out the QI, you're not using the QI version or the part of it. You're doing what you can. You're putting as many pips as you can into your thrusters. That's really as much as you can get. That's with.
I guess I downgrade the radar.
That's what lasers. You run your deadbolts, get a few more pips in. And as Claris is saying, no civilian, and you only need 1 pip in the radar now. And you can get an extra one in there too. But yeah. Versus the MX, which is still the better variant. If you're not counting having the dampener. So whether you're running your ballistic build or whatever, it starts with full stops, starts with Maelstrom, so you're good there. You drop to your let's see what we can do. Drop to ice block and vapor blocks.
Ice block and blank.
Yeah.
I do ice block and a blank.
Okay. Well, we'll change that up there. And then what does it start with? Crossfield. Okay. And then in this case, if you're wanting to get the lowest pips, you still do your civilian. Blink. Blink. There's a lot more shield pips because it has 2 shields, right? Yeah. The other ones only have 1.
And then once we go with laser on the Guardian, then what I generally do is I just start taking pips from the shields.
Yeah. But I mean, you got to see a lot less Guardians out there with the M80 coming in, especially in the beginning, because everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, cool, new ship, I like it."
I never liked the Guardian in terms of look, so I'm kind of glad that the M80 is coming. It's just I'm gonna miss the dampener.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. I'm gonna be changing my. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I can still switch around my chain on the Galaxy, because that's where my MX is.
All right. I just noticed that I couldn't see chat for a little while. What have I missed in chat, guys? Babel! Sorry. What's up, guys? I had chat down. How you doing, Babel? Cosmos to go to the stream. Yes, he is. So, sorry, Dermacaby. So what happens when I craft a component that is not stock and you die? Will you get it back to 500? Yes, that's what I'm saying. When you die, no matter if the component is less than 500 or above 500, it will go back to 500 when you reclaim the ship. So you have to not die. That'd be. I think that would be cool if the guns did that. Well, that would only be okay if you were able to loot the gun off the body, right? So I guess it's.
Well.
Yeah.
Remember, they're gonna have different tiers.
Yeah.
of insurance, and so I'm sure there's going to be a tier that's going to be ridiculously expensive that you keep everything.
Right, which we'll see. Got the F8 for PvE, might trade for the M80. So the M80 is going to be able to punch higher, but the F8 I believe still has more DP. Will still have more DPS. For punching its size. How you doing, Babel? Any ships you guys want? Any ship you want to see, build wise? Any information you want to know? We've been talking nonstop for 2.5 hours on components and weapons and armor and ship builds. This whole stream recording is going to be gold. Maybe I'll just send this to Asus and he'll make videos at it, or we can record specific ships and specific builds, and I'll just post a few tonight so that they'll be up. But the general consensus is M series cannons or your Gatlin repeaters for your ballistics if you're PvPing. So PvPing your Gatlin ballistics, which would be, if they're high level, is these 84Bs and 85Bs. But if they're low levels, they're the buzzsaws and sawbucks and shredders. Yeah. Perseus build. I mean, the Perseus doesn't matter because it's just Medusas. But yeah.
We could do just really quickly look at the wolf, see what it has to offer.
We've done the wolf already.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, the wolf is just it's fine. It just doesn't do what it did earlier. The extra turrets on the fucking Perseus don't matter, but if you are putting them on, M series cannons or deadbolts, but M series cannons. So anything that's a Mantis, you just turn it into M5A. That's my my two takes on the Perseus. Just turn them into M series cannons, because those still hit for 410. So they still hit like trucks. They're gonna break through everything. But they're just gonna do the most damage, most DPS on top of it. So I would just do that. As far as components, you start with military. And it's size 3 coolers, so leave them stock too. Again, you start with military, and then here you start with military, so it's fine. Well, no, you want to go civilian. Sorry. So, and you want to take as much out of stuff as you can. So you could drop a whole cooler, possibly.
And can the stock cooler run on 4-pit?
Run on 3. Well, looking like it.
Very tight.
Yeah, the wolf isn't very good anymore. It's okay. Like, if you prefer the wolf and you're a better pilot, you're in your wolf, you're still going to beat Gladies, you're still going to beat arrows, you're still going to beat your light fighters, but the wolf doesn't punch up anymore. The great thing about the wolf this patch is it punched up. It doesn't punch up anymore. And the guns are slow. Yeah. But the repeaters are basically the same speed as everything else. It's because I took away the Hornet, huh? But yeah. The repeater speed is fine. The ballistic is kind of bad now, but the repeater on the wolf is still fine. It just won't punch up. 2 more days till Forza. Forza.
Against heavy fighters, it will. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean it'll kill heavy fighters, sure, yeah, but it won't kill multi-crew.
Yeah, don't matter.
I miss the days when we were using the wolf ballistic shooting at turrets.
Yeah, right. So, again, I'm gonna go over this. We covered it a little bit earlier. The shitty thing about everything right now is that you can't use light fighters or small ballistic arms to even take out turrets of bigger ships. So if the Perseus has this armor of 495, 418, but 495, you're not going to be able to pull up in a Gladius or even a Hornet and shoot turrets. You can't hurt the turrets.
Both the turrets and the guns, if you try to aim for the guns specifically, they inherit the armor.
Yeah, so they inherit the armor.
You can look them in the eye and say, I heard the lie.
We got somebody gifted some members on the YouTube side. Thank you for the 5 gifted members.
You can look them in the eye and say,
Zach.
I heard the lie.
Thank you for the gifted memberships, man. I much appreciated. Thank you, buddy.
The Buccaneer has a 10-year kind of sale going on right now with a 10-year insurance. So maybe you want to do Buccaneer build.
Well, everything will Invictus. But the Buck is a good one. I agree, because I do want to make a Buck build. Horizon 6, your boys are all going to be playing it, so it's going to be fun. Hell yeah, dude. I'll probably pick it up when it becomes free in Game Pass and stuff. What if you use all power plants? Just power plants on everything. What? What if you use all power plants, just power plants on everything? You're going to put power plants on the turrets? Is that what you're saying? Shooting power plants? You're chucking power plants out the windows? Oh, you can play on PS5. Nice, nice. You gonna play it on PC or are you playing on console? And is it cross-platform? What are we talking about? Buck. Drake. Buck. So the Buck is a weird one too because it's got so many different size guns, right? So it's even got size 1 guns. The Buck is really awkward with armor and stuff with it. But luckily it has a big old size 4 to help out. I think if I'm using the Buck, I'm probably using it for PvP, right? So if I'm using the Buck, we're probably just going full Burt mode, which would be your buzz saws, your sawbucks, and shredders. There you go. So your Buck, pretty standard. But we're gonna take a second look at it in just a second. To start, you're gonna want to swap up to your civilian grade stuff, and then your industrial power plant, and drop down to your vapor block. Right. You're gonna go to competition B for sure on size 1s. Oh, that's civilian. Oh, this is quantum drives anyways. Okay, so this is going to be your Buck, right? But the question is here.
Deadbolt Buck. Bye-bye.
Hold on, let me catch up on Babel here. You play it on Xbox in the living room, but on PC most of the time. It's going to be playing a lot of Star Citizen 2. Personally, you wanted to wipe. Yes, the wipe is beautiful. I'm happy about the wipe. The breaknecks look sick on the Buck. Well, the breaknecks are no longer good. So it really, this is your best Gatling gun now. So what I want to see here. Yeah, everyone's happy about the wipe. Besides new players.
I'm saying even people who invested all that time in getting Wicklow ships.
Yeah, because they get to do it again.
Fuck.
But Babel doesn't. He has an Idris. He doesn't need the Wicklow Idris.
Understood. Understood. I feel
Uh,
you.
so our AD4B, let's open up another slot here. Let's do it. Let's do a second book so I can see them side by side. Okay. So the big change or the big thought process here is, what if you go 2 size 2 sawbucks, right? 2 size 2 sawbucks is going to give you 823 compared to the So you're not gonna drop down to size 2s. You're gonna keep your bigger gun, which makes sense now since bigger is better. It used to be. That's funny because it used to be the smaller guns, the smaller sizes you can get to was always better in Star Citizen, and now it's changed, which makes sense. Bigger is better, right? So this is your standard buck build. You can easily go into your M cannons or into attritions all the way across the board for even for a solid non having to restock build, right? So quick note, the ammo on 84Bs is humongous. Double the amount that you have in the sawbucks and shredders and stuff. Just quick note there. Bigger is better. But if you're going attritions and whatnot, it's still going to be a very dangerous ship running attritions on your buck. But you have to deal with more pips, which in the buck you really don't have a pip problem because it only has 1 shield. So that also allows you to not have any pip problems, as you can see in a buck. But this is a very solid if you don't want to have to restock. It's a full wipe Raptor. We lose everything but blueprints. Just look wise, they look cool. Yeah, hell yeah.
All right. It was nice talking to you guys. I am gonna head out.
All right, Donnie, you have a good one, buddy.
Homeboy.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought, but that's the buck. Trying to regain my train of thought. Bigger is better. Ballistics,
That's
boom.
what she said.
That's right.
You're gonna go.
Any other ships? I mean, they're all the same. The Wolf.
You pretty much summed it all up for me.
Yeah. There's the Idris itself. Let's take a look at the Idris itself real quick. For the few that have the great pleasure. The new no. Not Idris owners. Idris M owners. Okay.
Idris M owners.
Okay. Which I don't have an Idris M. Your railgun does 288,000 alpha. And the thing is now is its ammo speed. It fires at 939 velocity. It shoots slow. It's the slowest moving projectile basically around. Yeah, you dodged a railgun and a Percy, Phantom. Yes. So I believe it should be relatively easy to dodge railguns and a Perseus even now. You're still not dodging railguns from an Idris. Like Idris, you're not dodging railguns. But, and even in the Perseus and hammerheads and things like that, you're gonna dodge bad pilots. But, I mean, a good pilot's not gonna miss a Perseus. But yeah. So that's one of the big things. Also, there's not going to be a lot of railguns out there because you can't duplicate ship weapons anymore. So therefore, only the people who actually own an Idris M will therefore have a railgun. So you will not see a railgun Idris around every corner. Dude, the bullet travels at 939. You can outrun it in nav mode. You could outrun the bullet in nav mode.
But if you do get hit with it, my lord, it's over for a lot of ships.
Yeah.
It is the one shot.
Sure.
Yeah, the one shot ship in the game. It's just as slow as fuck. Idris on Idris is gonna be interesting. Idris against Polaris is gonna be interesting.
Well, most Idrises are gonna look like this now. So most Idrises that you will see around will be your Idris P with a laser kit, your laser beam. And the laser beam does 15,000 DPS. Its range is now increased, supposedly. It says here that it's still 5K, but I thought it was increased past that. One thing the patch has is that the Idris docking is not working. What? Don't be saying things like that. What are you talking about, Idris docking not working? How are we supposed to fly Idrises and bring them home? We're supposed to wait 3 hours for Idrises to come back because they want to dock? I'm curious to see the laser on the Tiburon too. So we'll see. I mean, I know you're talking about the laser on the Idris, but I mean, I'm curious to the things that we don't have access to right now. Like, I really want to see the stats on the M80. I really, 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 really want to see the stats on the M80. I'm curious about the Pitbull a little bit. I know it's not going to replace the Fury. The Fury's still going to be better than the Pitbull, so it's not going to be an issue. But for your Drake lovers, I'm sure you guys want to see. And then the Tiburon can be pretty scary to think about. But one thing that I want to note to everyone about the Tiburon is all it really is a laser. The turrets to multi-crew the Tiburon, there are Conqueror size 7 ballistic cannons that are monsters, yes, but there's only one gun per turret. So it's not going to be like better than the Perseus. The Perseus is still better than the Tiburon, probably by far. But yeah, it will still be good because of the pilot will be doing mad DPS, but you shouldn't let that ship look at you anyways. But yeah, that's all I got, guys. I think what I'm gonna do. What are things that people really, really, really want to see, right? They want to see a meta ship. Let's do it. I'll make an F7A video, and I'll make a what's the most popular ships, guys?
Off of F7A.
I think Gladius is gonna be popular.
I mean, the Gladius is standard for PvPers, but most non-PvPers don't honestly care too much about the Gladi. They care more about the Hornet.
Ship is.
Yeah, but I'm talking about something I can make right now. Like, I'm going to make a 5-minute video just showcasing the Hornet build on Urkel and talking about its ins and outs. QC, thank you so much for the gifted stuff. But I think we put in a lot of work on this video, like, or on this stream. We've been yapping, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, the guy from earlier gifting on YouTube as well. Got a weird name. Sorry, I apologize with that. Video to Zach. But thank you, QC, for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Cannot wait to start playing tomorrow. But anyway, so I'll make a F7A video real quick, and I will make a Gladius video real quick. Ship tier list.
I mean, it's easy. Wolf, STR, everything else is shit.
We could definitely do a ship tier list, but not today. But that's a good idea. Who else is gonna make a ship tier list now that A1's not here, right? So, yeah, it's a good idea. Well, I could also, I'm sure the patch tomorrow won't be out till like later in the day, so I can even make it like midday because I don't have work tomorrow. F7A. We'll do a Paladin build. We'll do F7A, we'll do Paladin. I'll make a Perseus build because people are going to want to know, even though the Perseus build is just it's just Medusas, man. Ooh, Shiv. That's a good one. Okay, so we'll do F7A, Gladius, Shiv, Perseus, Paladin. You know what we haven't looked at, guys? I want to look at this real quick. The Polaris, because that's my preferred capital ship. But really, I was concerned about the Polaris for a moment. But after consideration and taking everything in, I'm not worried about the Polaris. The main ballistic cannon's alpha is 3400. No, not worried about that. And your guns on top, you just need to put the M cannons, and M cannons hit for 615, so they're gonna shred everything, right? But Claire's talked about how deadbolts fighting other turrets is gonna be the way to go. But the problem with this is, let's take a look at this in here. So let's do Polaris, and let's actually do the full setup for us real quick. So we'll do a couple different ships or different things. So you got size 3s on the sides, right? So size 3s on the sides. I really think you don't have a choice in the size 3s. You kind of have to do the M series, but we'll put deadbolts on there just to take a look at it. We'll do deadbolt 4s, and we'll do M6As, and then of course you have that. So let's do a calculator versus the Idris. Might as well, right? And so full up with the Idris, of course your size 6 ballistic cannon is going to go straight through, no issues. But you can see even your deadbolt 4, it's going to get deflected, right? And it's not going to be until the shields are gone. So I really don't think deadbolts are the key answer here. The other question is versus something like the Perseus or another Polaris. But let's just do versus the Perseus. So versus the Perseus, your deadbolt 4s are not going through. Deadbolt 4s are still 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 not going through.
Since
So,
the new ship is the Ironclad, you should have did it against the Ironclad. That would have been interesting.
oh yeah, I can make an Ironclad build. That's a great idea. But as you can see, there's no reason to run deadbolts on your Polaris. So you might as well run your M series cannons all the way across the board. There might be other reasons or other niche ways of turning in the corner on that and making different decisions on that. But for the most part, that is kind of what you're just stuck at. If you take out your life supports and drop down to 1 in there, you can get full pips and you can get quite a bit of thrusters. Yes, using lasers costs your thruster power, so that part sucks. But if anything, I think you should have the M series cannons at least on the top using the size 4s, and then you can have your size 3s as ballistics to throw in stuff. But yeah. One more note that we didn't get to yet. Let's pull the Gladius back out. One more note that we didn't get to yet. These motherfuckers, where are they at? There they are. Take a look at these guys. NDBs. They have 86 alpha, relatively on their DPS. Let's have it compared to an attrition. So they do have better DPS than the attrition. It's because they're RPM plus their alpha. So they have basically the attrition's alpha, 86, 86. They have the same exact alpha, 86, 86, but it shoots faster, so therefore it does more DPS, but its ammo speed has been reduced. Its velocity has been reduced. So NDBs no longer shoot at the same speed as they used to. They're now slower. They're slower than attritions. They're slower than Panthers, therefore making them inefficient now. So one of the things I thought about was maybe contested zones was a good way to start, and going to get NDBs to start off doing arbitrary and getting to the end of arbitrary and doing contested zones for NDBs, but they're not worth your time. So just make that a mental note. NDBs aren't really worth your time, so don't worry about them. So there you go. That's that. Now, let's make a list. We'll do a Gladius. We'll do a F7A. We'll do, what do we say? Shiv? I think Shiv's a good one because lots of people like their Shiv. And it's a good ship. Very good ship. For PvE. Very, very, very good ship. The ship. It's Grays, not Drake. Okay. And then do Ironclad.
Man, if you're still on, I'll be back getting ready to eat, man.
Alright, broskies. Ironclad Assault. We'll do Ironclad Assault build. Because I think most people got the Assault, even though I think the regular Ironclad's better. Because it's got more cargo, right? And it's a cargo ship. So, more cargo makes it better. I know you guys like guns, but you shouldn't be firing an Ironclad Assault. You should be using it as cargo. Just saying. The Ironclad regular is better. Who cares if the Assault can repair and rearm? You shouldn't be repairing and rearming on an Ironclad Just say. Just say. All right. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa, Splash? Welcome to the end of our discussion stream. Okay. So. What did you discuss? Everything, bro. We discussed your... I'm going to stop there. I'm going to throw back on the music as we start to get to the part where I'm going to be making videos. No, Ironclad's great. It's the king of cargo. The king of cargo. It's a cargo ship. It's the king of cargo. No. I upgraded my C2 to an Ironclad. It's the king of cargo. It's just not meant to fight. So why would you ever try to shoot anything with it? Don't ever shoot anything with it. Move cargo. You drop ground vehicles on the ground. Do I shoot anything in a C2? No, I don't. No. I use it for cargo. Because it's a cargo ship. Alright. So we're going to make a couple series of ships here. Or a couple series of videos here on ships. Angelic Killer, hello. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm running low on energy too, because I worked this morning, I worked all day, so it's now 10 p.m. I'm getting a little tired, but don't worry, guys. The next 5 days, no work, just Star Citizen, streaming 16 hours a day. Putting the grind in. You're not a part of the org, you're on the wrong org, bro. Because we're going to have everything by the end of the weekend. Just saying. Anyways. There's no cap here at all, broskies. Zero cap. Okay. My wife is the most amazing wife in the entire world. She is the greatest human being, greatest woman on this earth. She does not complain about anything. She is very, very, very down to earth and just amazing. We like I'm not even kidding. Like, we are 6 months into the pregnancy. She's got zero complaints, zero problems, zero cravings. Our wedding, there was no bitching, there was no yelling, there was no panicking. she's the greatest. She's amazing. Zero issues. She's got a little bit of some pain in the lower region, which is to be expected. She's got a baby in her stomach, but we bought a butt squishy, like a butt pad, and she bought a belt to hold her stomach up, and she's not complaining anymore. Like she's amazing. But of course, if she needs anything, I'm there to help. That's not a problem. Okay, so I'm setting up a few setups here for what I like to showcase as my different builds. Really, attritions are... I don't even think that's worth it anymore. I'm going back on what I'm saying. Better Sawbuck. What was the other case? Deadbolts. Well, it's still over Deadbolt. I think Deadbolts aren't worth your time. Unless you're like specific reasons why you're running the Deadbolt, I think Deadbolts aren't worth your time. So, yeah. So let's do attritions. And we'll go down and we'll do, this is going to be our tryhard build. So we'll put our FR66s and JS300s and even snow blinds and PK00 competition.
What's up, sir?
Hello, sir.
Oh, you're live.
Yeah, we're live, and I'm about to start recording video, so I might mute myself here in a minute. You missed all the super discussions. We had everyone.
Fine, I'll shoot something.
No. I know. I'm gonna join you. Okay.
No, I'm a little disappointed now. I didn't join the super discussions.
Yeah. I mean, it's 3 hours of a live stream. We explained everything, but I'll explain it again. If you're gonna go join Kavinsky and play Gray Zone, I'm gonna hop in there with you guys. But give me like 30 minutes. I'm gonna record a couple 5-minute videos and I'm gonna post them on YouTube so I can get ahead of the game.
Right, I'll talk with QC about our plan for next patch.
Okay, beautiful. Right. Love you. All right. Okay, so this is our stock. Okay. And we'll still go to paper blocks. Beacons, Colossus, still competition. Okay. Really. Unfortunate. Might as well put the cooler in. Alright. Stock Regis, Snowblind, paper block, sorry. Okay, so we got our Gladius build basically ready for the video. Okay, guys, so my wife is a twin, so there's a chance. I mean, it's not a twin that we obviously already know that the baby's not a twin because we've had doctor's appointments, but there's a possibility that, you know, could happen. Not for this current baby, but a future baby. All right, guys, so we're gonna do some recordings now. So I'm not going to necessarily respond to chat for a minute. I'm going to do like 5-7 minutes of me explaining these builds, and then these are going to go up on YouTube in a couple of hours. I'm going to put them out today and tomorrow morning, and I'm going to make like 5 of these videos. So if one of these are your favorite ships, they'll be there. I'm going to try to go over real quickly everything I talked about, armor versus alpha damage of weapons versus armor and all that kind of stuff in each video, but we'll see how it goes. So here we go. I need another water. I'll be right back. Okay. We good? We ready for this? Here we go. What up, guys? Astro Manny here, back at it again with another video. We are currently live streaming, but we're going to be making some videos for ship builds for you guys. These are 4.8 new weapon armor rebalancing ship builds we're going to be doing. I don't have gameplay because we're not doing PTU gameplay, and this is filmed prior to 4.8 going live, and these videos will probably come out right before 4.8 goes live, so you guys can have a step up on your game. So if you like that sort of thing, you know what to do. Smash that like button, leave a comment down below, and subscribe if you haven't already. Also, stop by the live stream. All this week for 4.8, we're going to be on 16 hours a day, busting asses. So come stop by, say hi. Our regular schedule is kind of inconsistent right now because of pregnant wife and job situations and stuff, but we're doing the best we can. So just come by, hit the notification bell on the streams and all that kind of stuff. Follow on Twitch or YouTube. Anyways, we're going to start off very simple with you guys, the standard Gladius. Okay, so weapons and armor has changed a bit in this current patch, so there's a little bit of a mix-up on everything. I'm going to give you 3 builds in 5 minutes or less, or 7 minutes or less. Okay, I'm also going to talk about the different alpha damage versus armor and all that kind of stuff, which is right here. Let me show you this. Boom, on our SP viewer and all this kind of stuff, and we'll talk about this all. So let's get into it. We're going to start off with the meta Gladius PvP build, or really any light fighters meta PvP build. Okay, that's what we're going to start off with. Now again, I'm saying this is the meta build. Okay, so you are not going to have these components tomorrow starting off when 4.8 gets released, because this is going to have the meta best components. You won't have them yet, so bear with me. We're going to have builds that showcase what you can buy and what you can get quickly, but this is just showing when you reach the pinnacle, this is what you're looking for. Okay, so we're going to start off here on the Gladius at the pinnacle, and then we'll go down. Okay, so at the pinnacle of PvP in Gladius, or any light fighter, it'll be relatively the same. And you can use this in PvE as well, because if it's PvP, it works for PvE, and that's just the way it is. So ballistics are still the king right now. So if you're making a light fighter build, or the Gladius, or whatever, I suggest you running shredders. Okay, these are the SW16BR weapons. Whether the shredders, the sawbucks, or the buzzsaw, these are your best weapons in the game currently. Okay, these ballistic gatlings do enough alpha damage here, 81 alpha damage, and enough DPS to shred things very quickly. So you want to grab these shredders whenever you can, and you can get these shredders at most shops for like 36k. Cousin Crows being one of them, Dumpers Depots, all those kinds of things. You can get them pretty cheap. You can buy them at Levski and everything. So you're going to be going for these shredders if you're looking for PvP. No money's going to be, yes, money's going to be tight in the very beginning. And I understand that. But when you're looking for the pinnacle, this is what you're looking for. Your shredders. Okay. As far as your missiles, you know, I don't care about missiles, but you should be running electromagnetic missiles size 2 if possible. Electromagnetic size 2 missiles if possible. Those are your dominators. So you're normally going to run your dominators on all your missiles. Okay. Next up, again, this is the pinnacle. So if you're at the pinnacle, you're doing FR66s. Okay. Those are your military grade shields if you're at the pinnacle. Okay. Your JS300 at the pinnacle. Your snow blinds at the pinnacle. Your VK00. Radar. You're running competition grade B radars on your light fighters. This allows you to have only 2 pips. As you can see here, only 2 pips in your radar and having max pips. And as you can see, you get full pips, no problem with your Ballistic Gladius build. This is your meta PvP build for your Gladius. Very simple. Most of you who are PvPers probably already figured this out and probably already know. But just in case, this is your Gladius PvP build. So if you get there and you reach the pinnacle, this is what you're looking for. I will have this in the description for you with my best of ability to be able to do that. Okay, because I'm going to have a lot of different ship builds I'm going to put out today. So let's see if I remember to put everything in the description or not. Now, let me showcase this for you in the SP viewer. Actually, we're going to go through all 3 builds real quick before we do that. Sorry, this is the first one, so there's a couple takes in here. Unedited, but a couple takes in here, okay? The second part we're going to showcase is the PvE build, okay? This is the PvE Gladius build. What you want to do is be able to punch up as high as you can. And those are your M series cannons. If you're punching up, you're going to be using cannons. If you're fighting fighters and fighting down, you're going to be using Gatling guns or repeaters. But if you're punching up, you're going to run cannons. And honestly, all the other cannons in the game are garbage now. If you're running laser cannons, the only cannons you should ever run are M series cannons. On any ship, at any time, you should only be running M series laser cannons. The reason for this is you can see here, your alpha damage on these things is 410 alpha damage. And we'll get into why that's important in just a moment. But very standard M series cannons across the board. These are a bit expensive, mind you. These cost 75k a piece. So be careful on your pricing when it comes to your M series cannons. Okay. Then you can go into your dominators again. I'm not going to do that again. Okay. Electromagnetic missiles. All right. On top of that, this is stock. This is stock Gladius for the shields and power plants. Okay. You don't have to change your shields or your power plants in the beginning. These are the best you can get in the beginning. So just keep your original shields and power plant. It's the best you can get. Okay. Coolers, you can go and get your stealth grade B coolers to help save some pips. So go grab some vapor blocks, go get that taken care of. Okay. So no problem there. Your best quantum drive to start off is your Colossus. You're going to swap to a Colossus when you can afford it, unless you find a VK00 to get your VK00. And then of course your competition grade B. Now again, when you first start off, you're not going to have the money for this. Okay. I understand that. Okay. And there's nothing I can do about that. You can just run your Panthers that are on your stock Gladius until you could afford this. That's fine. But when you're going for something that you can buy, it doesn't take very long to make 500k. If you make 500k, you can make this Gladius. Like, you probably don't need 500k. You probably only need like 250k. And you can make this Gladius. So this is your meta PvE Gladius. Okay? And then real quick, an extra little showcase is you can run attritions. Attritions are your new meta laser repeaters. So you can run this for PvP or PvE. If you prefer lasers over ballistics, I would run attritions. Okay, so just throwing it out there, a little extra bit, you can run attritions. Now, let's talk about alpha damage and punching through armor. Okay, so I'm going to show this in all my videos I'm going to make right now, today. This is your armor deflection thresholds for all the ships in the game. Okay, certain ships like light fighters don't have this issue very much. They don't have really armor. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it for your low tier ships. That's why when you're running in PvP and you're running against these light fighters, you're going to run ballistics and just tear through them as quickly as possible. Okay, but as you move up to heavy fighters and light multi-crew ships, you start getting armor and whatnot to where you won't be able to deal enough damage to kill them. But for all these kind of heavy fighters and light multi-crew ships, the sawbucks will still be fine. There might be a little bit of layover, which we'll show in just a second, but for the most part, you'll be perfectly fine. When you get up to the part where you're fighting medium multi-crew ships like Connies or MSRs or Paladins or Asgards, you're no longer going to be able to kill these ships with your PvP build. Okay, your PvP build will not be able to kill these bigger ships. So you're going to have to use a different ship or a different build, the PvE build, to shoot down these bigger ships. Going further big, you're still fine, even versus the heavy multi-crew ships. Okay, it's only when you get to sub-capitals and capital ships where your Gladius can't do it. You're going to need help. Your Gladius cannot get through a Polaris or a Perseus or a Reclaimer or an Idris. So you're going to need help. Yep. So that's that. Let me showcase the next part of this I want to showcase. So here's the 3 weapons that we're using in our build. Shredder, M5A cannon, and the attritions. Now let's pick a ship to fight them with, okay? So let's fight a Perseus real quick. Just real quick, I'm going to show you that you're never going to do damage to this Perseus. You have to get past this armor thing in the center here. The center part where the shield is saying that this is being deflected. You have to get past this to deal damage to the ship. That's never going to happen. It's all deflected, even when the shields are all the way down. Someone has to help you break the armor of the Perseus before you actually start dealing damage to the Perseus. So Gladiuses, by no means ever, will be able to hurt a Perseus. Just showcasing that. Okay, let's choose a different ship, like say a heavy fighter. So let's just pick a heavy fighter. Let's do a Vanguard, okay? So Aegis Vanguards, okay? So the Aegis Vanguards, as you can see, right away, when the ship is at full shields, it deflects the Shredder. So if a heavy fighter has full shields, it's going to deflect the Gladius's sawbucks or shredders, okay? So that's why these lasers are going to help you out a bit. But ballistics still hurt shields. So as the shields start to drop, as the shields continue to drop, right around when you get the shields to below 40%, then your ballistics will start dealing damage to the heavy fighters. So keep that in mind. Your ballistics are not going to hurt heavy fighters unless they're below 40% shields. So this is why this build of the attritions might be the better build for PvP if you're expecting to fight heavy fighters. But if you're fighting against just light fighters, your ballistic build is going to be perfect. And then this is going to be fine eventually all the way around. So I just wanted to showcase all that for you. This is supposed to be a ship build in 7 minutes or less, but you know what? It's 12 minutes. This is all the information you need. I'm giving you guys everything. All right, it's important. But those are the builds. That's the Gladius. I'm going to try to put all 3 of these in the description for you. Thank you guys for watching. You know what to do. Smash the like button, leave a comment down below, and subscribe. I appreciate you. Come check us out on the live stream. Join the org. We're recruiting right now. We need all kinds of fleet on deck. And of course, I'm always looking for fighters. Really, whatever gameplay you want to join, we could use more numbers. But, you know, it's an efficient group and we have lots of fun while being very, very efficient and very good. So if you're looking for a team that gets shit done, come aboard. All right, thank you guys. I'll see you in the next video. We got a couple more videos to make today to get you guys ready for 4.8. Thank you. What's up, Sum? Dino? How you doing, broskies? We're doing a couple of recordings real quick at the end of this live stream to help people out for the start of 4.8. So that's what that was. That's why I didn't respond right away. Let me take these builds and put them into I'm gonna pull up a notepad so I have all of the builds. But I'm gonna change the missiles for everyone. How you doing, Dino? Or sorry, Daniel. Not Dino. Some is Daniel. My bad. Daniel. My brain is whacked out right now. I'm surprised I'm even making through these videos as well as I did. Okay. So, I'm going to open up a notepad. Open up a notepad. I don't know what that was. What is that? Oh yeah, that's the thing that okay. Interesting. Well, this notepad's for me, so you guys don't even need to see it. Anyways, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna hit share, and I'm gonna do Gladius, and we're gonna do this, and then share, and then share. Okay. Now we're gonna do F7A. F7A Perseus Ironclad probably is what we're gonna just do for now, right? Because I'm running out of time. I'm tired. All right. Let's set this up. F7A. This feels like the old Astro Manny stuff where we're like working hard at making videos for you guys, because I quit trying so hard because the game was so broken. Like, the game just made me angry, man. Like it legit made me angry. I think with we can run, yeah. Okay. And then F7A. Run It's silly because like all these are the same, but people really need to be taught these things over and over and over and over and over, because they're gonna look exactly the same. But some people really need this information. Back on the 15th? Yeah. I know you were on vacation. I'm very excited for you to be back. You know, there's a full wipe coming, so you have to fully reset. So you'll be on the same playing field as everyone else. Should be fun. Well, you'll be 2 days behind, but or 3 days behind. But you know. That 2 days behind the Astro Mercenaries is quite a bit, but 2 days behind most people, not a big deal. Plus, you'll have us to catch you up. So. You're excited for the wipe? Good, I'm glad. Okay. Oh, I gotta set this up on this. I'll see you later, man. I hope your vacation's going great, man. Hope your vacation's going great. Alright, so we're ready to make our next video. Reset our music. Okay. So we're about to make our Hornet build videos for people, because I'm sure people want to know what's the best builds for Hornets. Okay. Ready? Here we go. Let's see if we can do this whole thing again. What up, guys? Astro Manny here. Hold on a minute. I don't want to do it while the radio station in the background is doing the radio part. I want to do it while it's doing the music part. Even though I'm much louder than it, but still. So we'll give it just a sec. Okay, here we go. What up, guys? It's your boy Astro Manny here, back at it again with another video. Welcome to the new 4.8 Adventures of Craziness. So today we're going to be going through a bunch of different ship builds for you guys to give you guys a head start on 4.8. We're going to go over weapons changes, armor changes, balancing, and all kinds of different things. So yeah, if you like the sort of thing, you know what to do. Smash that like button, leave a comment down below, and subscribe if you haven't already. You can also come check us out on Twitch or YouTube on the live streams. During the first 5 days of the patch, we're going to be streaming like 16 hours a day, busting it out and grinding. So come by, stop in, say hi, maybe even join us, you know, maybe join the org or just join us and have fun. You don't have to be a part of the org to come play with us. Anyways, Twitch, YouTube, both of them, come say hi. On a regular basis, my schedule is a little bit inconsistent because of life stuff, work, and I have a pregnant wife and all kinds of stuff. So Space Dad in the future, here we go, having fun. All right, so let's get down to business. We're going to try to make this quick because there's not going to be any gameplay in this. This is just going to be Urkel and me explaining things to you guys. But this is going to give you a good head start on the new 4.8 builds and everything. So we're going to start off with the meta PvP build. We're going to start off with what I would say you would normally run in a PvP situation. And today we're doing the F7A. So this is going to be the meta pinnacle top tier PvP build. So this is going to have components that you do not have access to at the start of the patch, but we're going to do 3 different builds. We're going to do a PvP build, a PvE build, and then a second in the middle build as well. So this is going to have all the information you need all packed up into like 10 minutes of this video, including weapon and armor, alpha damage, deflection, and all that kind of stuff. So let's get into it. Here we are, the pinnacle of all pinnacles. If you were to reach the pinnacle, this is what you're looking for. The rest of the builds will have starter stuff that you can start off with, and you'll be fine from buying stuff from shops. But once you reach the pinnacle, this is what the Hornet F7A is probably going to look like if you're looking for the greatest and strongest bursts and damages you can do to other players and stuff like that. So again, this is the PvP build. The Shredders are the ultimate guns right now, okay? But the Hornet is a bit unique with the fact that it has the Gatling turret from the Heartseeker, and it has size 4 guns. So it's a little bit different here. So if you're looking for the best mid to max Hornet build you can possibly make, you're going to want to put on your size 2 shredders on the nose, right? Or size 3 shredders on the nose, right? Then you're going to have your 84Bs on your wings, and then you're going to get the Gatling turret for the Super Hornet Heartseeker on the top turret. And you can buy this at New Babbage, by the way, so you can buy this in game. So you can get this without having the Heartseeker purchased and all that kind of stuff. All right, so that's your crazy pew pew laser or ballistic Burt stuff. Okay, as you can see here, there's your different alpha damages of your guns and all that whatnot. They do amazing stuff, and it's quite a build. It's exciting. There will be gameplay for this I will showcase in the next couple of days, but this is a non-gameplay ship build situation. Missiles, I don't really care about missiles, but if you're going to run your missiles, make sure they're electromagnetic, so your Dominator 2s, and make sure they're size 2s. Size 2s are the best missiles in the game right now. So Dominator 2s are your best stuff. Again, pinnacle at the very top of the chopping block here, you want your FR66s. And since it's a Hornet and it has a size 2 power plant, you can get the Eclipse Stealth Grade A to give you a little bit more stealth factor added on while still having full pips, as you can see the full pips. Then you got your snow blinds as your coolers, and again, you have to find these, you have to go and get them. You can't get these right from the start, but again, this is the pinnacle. Your VK00 and your competition grade B as your radar. That is your Hornet build for you guys, as if you're going full on pinnacle PvP. Now, I will showcase why this isn't going to work in all situations a little bit later in this video. Let's move on to our PvE build. Now, this is going to have components that you can buy from the shop. So as you're starting the game off, you can look at this and, you know, look up to get to this point. You won't have the money to start off with all this stuff because it costs money and all that kind of stuff. But you can start with your stock Hornet and work your way up, or start with your stock ship or whatever it is to work your way up. All right. So here we are with your PvE build. And if you're going to go PvE, I suggest laser cannons always across the board right now. And the only laser cannons that matter at all in the new 4.8 build is your M series cannons. Omni Skies and Light Skies don't exist anymore. I mean, they exist, but they might as well don't because they're useless. So go with your M series cannons here. They hit like trucks. Their alpha damage is 410 if they're size 3. And if you look at the size 4, the alpha damage is 615. Okay, why this is important, I'll tell you in just a moment. But going down, again, you get your Dominator 2s, and your stock all-stop shields are perfectly fine. You don't need to switch out your stock shields. They're fantastic shields. Power plants, you don't have to swap those out. They're fantastic. It's a fantastic power plant. Keep it in. Vapor blocks, you can go purchase and throw in those coolers. That'll get you easier cooling devices here using less pips, and it's beautiful stuff. Quantum drive that you can buy right away as a Colossus, and then of course your competition grade B radar. As you can see, your pips are full, no problems. It's the F7A. It's an absolute goat when it comes to pips, no problems at all. Right? So there you go. That is your PvE build, and I will showcase why this alpha damage and stuff is so important in just a moment. Just for an extra caviar to throw on a little extra stuff for you, if you want to run an attrition build, this is very, very good for PvP. Very solid across the board. If you're not wanting to run ballistics, I would run full attritions. Attritions are the laser repeater meta for 4.8. They're just going to do better than the CF repeaters. They shoot the same velocity speed and all that kind of stuff down here, your 1480 velocity speed. The CF repeaters shoot the same speed, but the attritions do more alpha damage and more sustained DPS. So they're just your better guns for this patch. And everything else is the same from the previous part. You got your all stops, your Maelstrom, your vapor blocks, your Colossus, all the same. I will put all 3 of these builds inside the video or in the description of the video so you can click on them and look at them. All right, so now let's talk about why the alpha damage of the guns matters for fighting ships in armor. So here is all the ships in the game and their armor values, their armor deflection thresholds. Okay, so starting off at your lower light fighters and stuff, they don't have really any armor. They're perfectly fine. Okay, you can use any guns to shoot these guys, right? Then as you start moving up into like your heavy fighters and light multi-crew, it starts to be a little bit of armor in here. But whatever build you're running on your F7A, you should be able to kill these guys just fine, even with your ballistics, the Sawbuck build, the full ballistic repeater build. But as you get further up into more of the medium multi-crew ships, 400i and up, you kind of are starting to run into a problem with armor where your ballistic build and even your attrition build isn't going to cut it anymore. So it's no longer going to work. So you're going to have to move on if you want to kill these things to a bigger, better build. My cat is so angry with me because I'm talking loud for a video and he's just like, I'm going to attack you. Anyways, if you want to kill these bigger ships, you need those bigger guns, those M series cannons, or deadbolts if you want to go ballistics, but those run into issues, and I'll showcase that in a future video and whatnot. Then as you get further up, you run into even bigger armor and bigger issues. And again, most weapons are not going to even touch any of these guys. But with the Hornet being special and having size 4s, the Hornet can actually hurt everything eventually. So that's why you run your M series cannons. Now let me show you another way of showcasing this. As you can see here, I have set up our 84Bs on our F7A, and we have our Gatling gun turret that comes on the Super Hornet turret, and then you have your M series size 3 guns, and then your M series size 4 guns. Now I'm gonna showcase this DPS this armor deflector calculator versus a Perseus. This is your guns here versus a Perseus. You're not dealing any damage to a Perseus with anything when the shields are up. Okay, these Gatling guns are not doing any damage to the Perseus at all through the shields. Okay, the Perseus is one of the strongest armors in the game, so this is just me showcasing you're never going to hurt a Perseus this way. But as the shields drop, you can see that your size 4 M6 cannon will eventually be able to do damage to the Perseus when the shields are gone. So you can kill a Perseus with a Hornet if you're using M series cannons when the shields are gone. Everything else still doesn't even deal damage. This size 4 ballistic Gatling doesn't even deal damage to the Perseus when its shields are down. You have to take its armor away before it starts actually doing damage. And you need to take all of its armor down almost to be able to deal damage with your ballistic gun. So this is why when you're fighting big ships and punching up, your ballistic Gatlings aren't going to get the job done. But for PvPing and shooting those smaller ships, those are very strong. But as you're fighting these bigger ships, you're going to need more punch. Let's showcase a different ship like a Vanguard Harbinger or something that's a heavy fighter. So let's take a look at a heavy fighter. The Vanguard Harbinger is what I normally use to showcase this. As you can see, the Gatling guns are not dealing damage to the Vanguard Harbinger right away. But as its shields begin to drop, you will eventually be able to hit the Vanguard Harbinger as its shields begin to drop. You see, when you get around to about 45%, your size 4 Gatling gun will start to deal damage. When you get to about 40%, Oh, actually, these have less alpha damage than the shredders, so they don't start to deal damage at 40%. You need to go even further for those Gatling guns on the turret. You actually need the shields completely gone before you can deal damage. That's good to know. But there you go. As you can see, shields and armor matter. So if you're doing PvE, your lasers are going to be what you're going to be using. But PvP, when you're fighting something else, you know, like a normal other Hornet or something, you'll be perfectly fine using these Gatling guns. They'll do damage right away. Even here, these TSMB Gatling guns don't do damage to a Hornet right away. You have to take down the shields a little bit before they start dealing damage. So that's just something to take note of, guys. So these new armor and weapon changes, it's important to know what's going on. There's lots of information, lots of calculations, and I'm doing the best I can to give you guys as much information I can fast and quick. So that's your 13-minute Hornet build video. I hope you guys enjoyed. I will put everything in the description so you can go through it. If you have questions, come stop by the live stream. Leave comments down below. Leave comments down below. Bump the algorithm. Help out. Join the org. We're recruiting. Everybody, gameplay, whatever you want. Really need some fleet guys. Really need some good pilots that want to be trained. But always welcoming anybody, industrial, whatever your thing is. Come join the greatest army in the world. All right, thank you guys. Hope you enjoyed. I'll catch you in the next video. Adios. Like, comment, subscribe. Okay. I don't think I'm going to do a Perseus build. I think I'm going to do an Ironclad build real quick, and then we're going to do an Aurora build real quick. The Aurora Mark II for starter people is what I'm going to make as my 4th video for the day. Hey, you're always welcome, Raptor, man. You're always welcome. You're always welcome. Alright, so let's do share this and paste this, do this, share here, paste here, click there, do here, and share here, paste here, click there. That's not right. Click. All right, click. I was just going too fast. There we go. Okay. Yes, we're going to do the Aurora Mark II. I know people want to see it, so we're going to do that. But we're going to do the Ironclad first because it's a new ship of the new squeeze, right? I know people want to see Perseus build, but like the Perseus build, it's just Medusas. The Perseus is just big gun in your face. That's it. All right, so let's do Ironclad. So this one we actually have to look at because the Ironclad I haven't even like messed around with real quick. So this is gonna take a second. Actually, let's do the Aurora first. The Aurora is easier. The Ironclad is yeah. Aurora Mark II. Okay. So if you're gonna go for your Aurora Mark II, they are RSI, right? Okay. Aurora Mark II. Aurora Mark II. Aurora Mark II. Okay. So the pinnacle of the Aurora Mark II is Sawbucks. Now these only do 54 alpha damage, by the way. That's something to take note of. They only do 54 alpha damage. So we're gonna talk. Actually, this video might be like 15 minutes long because we're gonna have to talk about that. Definitely Task Force. best, the Meta Aurora Mark II does no module. Just saying. It actually flies like quicker, faster. Not worth. Not worth. If you're going for meta like combat, if you're going for meta combat, PvP, no module. But for PvE, like PvE, we're gonna be doing this, right? One's the cargo full of widow, that's the high class heat. Sell it out in grim hex, got the popo beat. Got my boys on the scanners, watching them pings. If I spot a lone hauler, then we spread them wings. 50 mil haul, yeah, we gunning for the cracks. Hit the quantum drive, all the booty in the rack. If a bounty boy chase, got the EMP prime. Hit him with distortion, now his ride ain't flying. I'm a first jump hustler, riding so clean. New paint dripping, got that chrome so mean. Pull up on a hauler, tell him give me that stack, or I'll end up floating your body in the black. Got my stash in the hex, got my spots on lock. Bounty boys talk, but they ships get rocked. Hustle through Stanton, trade lanes clogged, but I still find routes when the jump's outlawed. Microtech cold, but my pockets stay hot. Drop a loaded Brios, then I'm back to the spot. Crusade is tight, but I bribe who I need. Custom boy paid, keep my name off the feed. Shield up strong, but the Gatling spray fast. Caterpillar fall when we bust that glass. Ain't no safe zone when the crime stat rise. Got a safe house stash where the nine tails hide. I'm a first jump hustler, riding so clean. New paint dripping, got that chrome so mean. Pull up on a hauler, tell him give me that stack, or I'll end up floating your body in the black. And I've been a since the early days. OG outlaws, no crime still pays. From terror to pyro, from yellow to arc. I run these damn lanes like a shark in the dark. Man, I've been about mine since the early days. OG outlaws, no crime still pays. From terror to pyro, from yellow to arc. I run these damn lanes like a shark in the dark. My music about to reset again. No, we're okay. Okay, so there's your Aurora builds. We're gonna showcase it all and talk about it, right? Let me set it up here.
Burning thrusters cutting tight. City lights flashing by. Candy paint dripping slick. Got my sponsors riding high. You know Miss built the razor, but I turned it into legend. Clocking records in the sector. Every race another lesson. Hollow ads flicker. I'm the
Okay. Let's talk about the Aurora standard though, like solo or the stock. We'll talk about the Aurora stock too. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's start with this one. What up, guys? It's your boy Astro Manny here, back at it again with another video. And today we're doing 4.8 ship builds for you guys, pre-released. So I'm giving you guys some pre-release 4.8 content to help you guys be ready for 4.8 and the full wipe and everything. And today, this one, we're going over the Aurora Mark II. So we're doing a starter ship for you guys, and probably the most common starter ship right now because it's a new one and everyone's got it and all that kind of cool stuff. So, you know, we're going to go over lots of stuff. We're going to go over 4 different builds for this ship for you in under 15 minutes. 4 different builds in under 15 minutes, and we're going to talk about weapon changes and armor rebalancing and all that kind of stuff, all that information all in one. So if you like that sort of thing, you know what to do. Smash that like button, leave a comment down below, and subscribe if you haven't already. You could also come by and stop in at the live streams on either Twitch or YouTube. For 4.8, we're going to be grinding out like crazy. I'll be on probably 16 hours a day for the next 5 days. So come by, say hi, come join us even. Maybe join the org even if you're looking for people to play with. All that wonderful stuff, you know. Thank you, appreciate you. But anyways, come by the live streams. My normal schedule is a little bit wonky right now because of real life stuff, job, and pregnant wife, space dad in the future kind of stuff, you know. All that stuff. But anyways, the Aurora. The Aurora Mark II, your starter build, 4.8, full wipe, you're starting fresh. This is what you got. This is your stock Aurora that you're looking at right now. And that's what we're going to start with, okay? So the Aurora is actually pretty good starting off because it starts you off with Badgers across the board. And the Badgers are still great. The CF repeaters are still great. So if this is what you're starting with, you got a pretty good start. Shields and stuff can be better. Power plants can be better. Coolers can be better, sure. And we'll showcase what I would say to move on to and all that kind of stuff. Really, I think your weapons are very solid to start with if you're really looking to make an improvement on your Aurora from the start. Just to throw a few things in here for you guys from the start. You should probably focus on getting better shields. Your shield strength, well, your upgraded shields aren't going to get any better in shield strength. So actually I take that back. So you're going to want to actually probably get a better power plant so you get more pips. That's probably what you're going to want to go to. So like you can get the industrial power plant or the competition. Anything that gives you the most pips, which would be your Brenton preferably or stuff like that. Then you can also drop your frost stars to vapor blocks is things that I would do. But we're going to show this in the other builds and whatnot. But this is your stock Aurora build. Now let's get into it. So what I'm going to start with is the pinnacle Aurora. What you should aim to be. What you should aim for your Aurora to be if you're looking for PvP-ish kind of stuff or just melting targets as fast as possible. This is the pinnacle we're going to start with. And then we're going to go down and talk about PvE and talk about alternate routes. Okay. But the pinnacle, this is what you're going to be looking forward to if you're looking to, you know, ruin people's day and have fun and fight in combat with other players and things like that. This also works for PvE as well. PvP always works for PvE. It doesn't always work the other way around. So this is the pinnacle. Right now, the ballistic repeaters are the best guns in the game. So you're going to be running Sawbucks because those are your size 2 ballistic repeaters on your Aurora for your pinnacle top tier weapons that you're going to want to go for PvP and most PvE situations. Your missiles, they don't really matter too much. I'm not a missile guy, but if you're a missile person, switching over to electromagnetic will help you out. The task force will help you out. Scrolling down more, modules. Best module for the Mark II Aurora is no module. Okay? If you run no module in the Mark II Aurora, you get a little bit more speed and a little bit more maneuverability than you would if you had a module on. So if you're looking for actual meta and the best is to run no module. Again, we're going to do a PvE section and show you guys what you should run if you're just trying to have PvE and have fun. But if you're looking for top tier meta and stuff, running no module is technically better. You're just more maneuverable, which means you're faster, which means you're better at landing shots and you're better at avoiding shots. So no module. As far as shields, you're going to be going to search for your great big military stuff. Again, you won't have this in the very beginning of the game. We will show you stuff that you can get in the very beginning of the game to better your Aurora. But if you're looking for the pinnacle, you're looking for your FR66s with your JS300s and your snow blinds, your VK00, and your competition grade B radars, guys. Make sure that you're using competition grade B radars in most of your ships. There are special occasions when you shouldn't be using your competition grade B. For most ships, you're going to be running competition grade B radars. As you can see, it doesn't have a pip problem. You have full pips, 0 issues. You're good to go. Your Aurora looks beautiful. It will murder things. Now, thing to note is your sawbucks only do 54 alpha damage. We'll talk about why this is important in just a minute, so make sure you watch the whole video to know why the alpha damage versus armor and all that kind of stuff, and I'll explain it thoroughly, is important. Okay. Next is the PvE build. So if you're wanting to use your Aurora and kill the biggest things you can and go as far as you can as far as making money and killing AI with the Aurora, you're going to want to switch to M laser cannons. Now these are just the best laser cannons in the game nowadays. The for 4.8, the M series laser cannons are really the only cannons that matter. Omni Skies and Light Skies, forget about them. They shouldn't exist anymore. They nerfed them to hell. They don't do anything. So if you're gonna run laser cannons, put on the M series cannons. You could run deadbolts for your ballistics if you want, but I would really recommend the laser cannons because you'll be doing a lot more with them. The reason why this is you can see the alpha damage on these M series cannons is 273. Again, we'll talk about why this is super important in the future, and all that beautiful stuff. Again, electromagnetic missiles. And now you're putting in the module that gives you extra missiles and extra shields. Because if you're trying to, kill things and stuff with your Aurora, you might as well run your combat module. And sure, it gives you more HP and stuff and more missiles. So yeah, throw it on for your PvE. Have some fun. And I recommend, again, just putting on your electromagnetic missiles so you get a bunch of dominators. Next, we're going to talk about what shields to get. If you want to upgrade your shields, the best ones you can buy are the civilian grade A's. Now you start with the civilian grade C's, which isn't that much worse. As you can see, the only thing that gets better in your shields is the regen time. So it's not like super important to get the shields upgraded to civilian grade A, but if you want that extra regen time, that's the best bang for your buck, is these Concord civilian grade A shields. So make sure you grab those when you get a chance, but again, not the biggest important thing to upgrade. One of the biggest important things to upgrade is your power plant, so you get more pips. So you can get a better power plant by grabbing the Brenton power plant or the LumaCore or anything that gives you these max generations of 16. But I usually just grab the Brenton. It gives you a higher IR signature, but when you're fighting AI, it doesn't really matter. All that wonderful stuff. Always make sure you put on your stealth grade components. You can buy vapor blocks right off the bat, and that is what I recommend. The Colossus is the best quantum drive you can purchase without finding a VK00 or another military grade. So the Colossus is what you're going to grab. Then of course your competition grade B components or radar. Now all this stuff cost a little pretty penny. As you can see, we'll show you how much a M series cannon costs. It costs 33k a piece. And if you're buying 4 of those, and then you're buying a Colossus, is another 35k, or you're buying vapor blocks, those are 23k a piece. Your Brenton is 50k. Your shields are all like 28k a piece. It can be expensive. So work your way up, but this is your pinnacle for PvE. This is your Aurora Mark II. This is what I recommend most players to go for if you're running your starter ship as Aurora Mark II to earn you money through combat. So that's what I got for you. When you're done with this, then you move on to a bigger, better ship, and you move on from your Aurora. But it's a pretty beautiful ship to start off with, and I really like it. So I'm happy to make this video for you guys. Last but not least, I'm just going to showcase you could run attritions. This is more of a PvE and PvP and PvE build. It's a little mix of the both because it's the lasers. These laser attritions will be doing 55 alpha damage, but they're also lasers, and you don't have to restock. So you can definitely easily just run this build with attritions. For some reason, I forgot to put task forces on the missiles, but you guys get the point. You should be running electromagnetic missiles if you're going to be caring about your missiles. So that's the other build, is to just throw on attritions. They will do you great in both PvE and PvP. So let's now talk about, I guess I didn't change any of this stuff. My bad. Let me just real quick, because it's supposed to be the Concords. I meant to set all this stuff up prior, But yeah, just the same as the other ones, like the Vapor Blocks as your coolers and all that kind of stuff, and your Colossus and your competition grade B. There you go. Again, all these builds will be in the description of the video, so you can look them up yourself and all that kind of stuff and whatnot. But that is your Aurora builds. Now let me show you why these alpha damage numbers, where your attritions do 55, your Panthers or your Badgers only do 26 alpha damage. But that's okay, because when you're fighting low level ships, 26 is going to be perfectly fine. And then as I showed here with your M series cannons, they do an alpha damage of 273. So let's talk about why this is important. This is your armor damage deflection threshold, okay? This is important because this is how much damage or alpha damage you need to do to be able to hurt these ships. So starting from the bottom, you can see when you're fighting small ships, starter ships, and light fighter ships and light industrial ships and things like that, they don't really have very much armor or no armor at all. So whatever build you're running, you'll be fine. You'll be okay. As you start moving up into the light multi-crew ships and the the heavy fighters, you start to run into some issues. The Aurora is such a small starter ship that it kind of struggles even versus the heavy fighters. But as you can see, a lot of these, you can, as long as you do over 40 damage, you'll still be able to kill them. So as I said earlier, your Sawbucks will do 54, or your attritions will do 55. You'll still be able to kill these heavy fighters and stuff with your Aurora. But you stop being able to kill things when you get to the 400i and the medium multi-crew ships. So these medium multi-crew ships take this amount of damage to be able to hurt them through their armor. So the Aurora with those two builds I showed you won't be able to cut it anymore. That's why you use the M series cannons that will be dealing the bigger damage. The 273 alpha damage will be able to take out these bigger ships. Now, sadly, the Aurora will not be able to kill anything bigger than a 600i. It just does not have the firepower. It's just not going to happen. You're going to need help or a bigger ship and bigger guns. It's just the way it is. Now, I'm going to continue to show you a little bit more knowledge by showing you your 4 choices of guns that I recommend. Deadbolts, M-series cannons, Sawbucks, and attritions are the 4 guns that I recommend. Actually, I'm going to change out to the Badgers to show you the fact that you start off with the Badgers, okay? And if you go here on this website, spviewer.eu, and you go to this armor deflection calculator, you can pull this up, and you could have a fight versus a ship, theoretically. Now, as I said, some of these bigger ships, like a Perseus, you're never going to hurt this Perseus in your dreams. It's just not going to happen. No matter what you do, everything gets deflected. I'll show you, even if you do no shields, everything gets deflected. You cannot hurt the Perseus, okay? But I will showcase that as you fight other ships, like say a heavy fighter, I always use the Vanguard Harbinger as an example. Okay, so we'll go up here to the Vanguard Harbinger, that from the start, your Sawbucks are being deflected. It's not going to deal any damage. And same thing with these Badgers and M4 cannons and lasers. You can't, I mean, these are lasers. They don't do damage until the shields are gone anyways. So as you continuously take down the shields of the Harbinger, you might eventually be able to do damage with the ballistics through the shields. But in this case, I think the Sawbucks are just too weak to even have that happen. So it's not until you get the shields down that you will be able to deal damage with any of your guns versus a heavy fighter in the Aurora. So this is why if you're fighting a heavy fighter, you should have lasers and not ballistics. And another point is the Badger, the starter ship, the guns you start with, cannot deal damage at all to a heavy fighter, even when the shields are down. So you need to upgrade your Badgers into attritions or M-series cannons before you can even think about hurting heavy fighters. So that's an important thing to note for you starting off in Aurora. Anything else we can talk about, say like fighting a Gladius or something. We'll just fight a Gladius, right? Just the final showcase of the Aurora and its struggles, okay? it looks right away the sawbuck actually goes straight through the Gladius. So that I was going to show that maybe it won't go through the beginning of the Gladius, but it does. So actually, let's change it to the F7A. So the F7A Mark II, you can see that the sawbuck is deflected when the F7A has full shields. So if you're fighting a Hornet, if the Hornet has full shields, it will not deal damage. The ballistic repeater, the sawbuck, will not deal damage. But as the shields begin to drop, you see when they drop below 90%, your sawbuck will now begin to do damage to the Hornet. So that's important information to give you guys and all that wonderful stuff. That's all I got for you. As much information as I can in 15 minutes. It's now 16 minutes. So the Aurora one took a little bit longer than the other videos I did. But I hope you enjoyed. Like, comment, subscribe. Come say hi on the live streams. Thank you guys for all your support. The org's recruiting. Come join the org. All different gameplays. Have fun. Thank you, Monk, for the follow. Welcome to the Astrodome. I'm tired from all this shipbuilding stuff and talk. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. See you in the next video. Toodaloo. All right, so that is your Aurora build, guys. What up, Necro? Now, the last one I want to do was the Ironclad, but I don't know if I'm going to even bother because... Don't shoot your Ironclad. It's a cargo ship. Anyways, let me paste these in here so I can put these down. Did I fix this? I did. Okay. How you doing, Necro? I'm tired. I'm busting my ass. Just made like freaking a bajillion amazing videos. Okay. You're about to head home from work and hop on? Nice, man. Nice. I'm about to hop off. Do you guys want to see the Ironclad real quick? Let's take a look at the Ironclad. Let's take a look at the Ironclad for a second, okay? So it's so silly. Like, Ironclad is silly, man. Ironclad is just like, do you guys really need to see an Ironclad build? I know so many people, now that I'm not making a video and we're just live streaming, there's so many bobs that want to see the fucking Ironclad builds. It's like, guys, it doesn't matter what you put on a cargo ship. The only thing that matters is your freaking quantum drive. Oh yeah, the wipe is amazing, bro. That's awesome, huh? I'm tired, man. I'm exhausted. Okay. So let's take a look at our Ironclad, right? So it has size 5s, 4 size 5s on a turret. We'll leave the ADBs on. Actually, the stock Ironclad, both the Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault come with the best build. Like, this is the best build. For some reason, it has Scorpions on this. Oh, this is the one that's inside the hangar, isn't it? So, I mean, that one doesn't matter, because I think this is the one that's inside the hangar. But the stock Ironclad comes with the best guns. Yeah. Electromagnetic torps. Of course, you can, oh no, bro. This ship cracks me the fuck up. Okay, it doesn't matter what your well, it does matter. Any military civilians are fine. Okay. Civilian Bs are fine. What did I click on? It doesn't matter which civilian B, but as long as it's a civilian B. And then, oh wait, but we're looking for the best of the best. Again, coolers don't matter. All right, TS2 and military. Okay. All right, so that's your ultimate ironclad build for you guys. Real quick for this live stream and you guys here, just real quick. The reason why is this is still what you're going to be using to deter any fighter ships or something that's attacking you. But what are you going to shoot with this thing, man? What? I don't think I'm going to make this video. It's cracking me up. Like there's no reason. Oh. All right, but people want to know. People want to know. All right, let's get through this. Let's get through this, guys. This is the last one. It's the last freaking one. Okay. What? Did it reset again? What the heck? Okay. All right. M series. Like, this is redundant at this point. It's just redundant. Let me restart our music for you guys. Sorry. It's redundant. Redundant. I guess civilian A's is the best you can purchase. Wait, what does it start with? Oh, wait. Whoa. It starts with military? No, it starts with industrial. Yeah. Okay. I was about to say. Like, I could have sworn it doesn't start with industrial. Or it doesn't start with military. Same things here. Cryo. Jeez, the pips on this ship is ass. Okay. One cooler is really all you need. Nope. You need 2 coolers. Wait. You only need 1 cooler. 1 cooler! You're good. Even throw extra pips in the radar. There you go. Look at that. There's your ironclad. What about with the cannons here? So we go boop, boop, boop. There we go boop. There we go boop. And boop. 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 Alright. I'm only doing 2 builds. We're only doing 2 builds. We're not doing an attrition build. Then we'll talk about everything again. Last run. Home stretch, guys. It's 11. You guys owe me for this. Okay. There we go. Why does it keep resetting? Weird. See, it reset again. Oh no. Oh no. Annoying. Maybe that's the world telling me, nah. Don't give these guys a fucking ironclad build. Look, it reset it again. Let's try this one. It doesn't want me to do it. It doesn't want me to do it. It doesn't want me to do it. Okay.
Yeah, I've got nothing. Carry on. Here's more music.
Okay, I got an idea. Don't worry about it. Drink. I got an idea. Okay. All right, last one. Here we go. What up, guys? It's your boy Astromanny here, back at it again with another video. And we're here with the Ironclad, and we're going to go over the assaults. The assault or the Ironclad, their base. But if you guys want to talk about guns and builds, we're going to go over the assault because it has more guns. You can basically use the same build for the regular Ironclad, but it has less guns. But we're doing all kinds of stuff today. We're talking about the new weapon rebalances and the armor rebalances and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, you're going to get your Ironclad build plus a lot of good information. So if you like that sort of thing, you know what to do. Smash that like button, leave a comment down below, and subscribe if you haven't already. We're getting you ready for 4.8, and we're preparing you beforehand. These videos are going to drop before the Ironclad's even out, so you'll know what to do and you'll hit the ground running. So yeah, again, if you like this sort of thing, you know what to do. Also, come by, stop by the live stream. If when 4.8 comes out, we'll be streaming probably 16 hours a day, grinding out like crazy because the full wipe, and we're gonna be having lots of fun. So make sure you stop by Twitch or YouTube. Come say hi. If you want to play with us, come stop by and play with us, man. Join the org. We're always looking for new people, pilots, fleet, any gameplay you want to run, all that kind of stuff. So hope to see you then. And all that beautiful stuff. So Ironclad, that's what we're talking about. Let's get to the build. There's lots to talk about to give you guys a little bit of information on the weapon rebalances and armor rebalances, and we'll go through all that. But this is an Ironclad, and this one's going to be hard for me to get through, but we're going to get through it. Okay, so here's your base Ironclad. We're going to talk about what I think you should be running component wise and all kinds of stuff. I actually think the Ironclad itself comes with it, or actually I don't think the Ironclad itself comes with the best guns in the game right now. For 4.8, these ballistic Gatling guns all the way across the board are the best guns in the game currently. For 4.8, but there maybe not be the best guns in the game for the Ironclad Assault. But for most PvP situations, these Gatling guns are your go-to stuff nowadays. So it's actually kind of a good ship to pull the guns off of to use for other ships. But nonetheless, this is a great build to deter fighter ships away from your ship and protect you. So I'm going to leave this first setup basically the same and just change the components and talk about the Pinnacle Ironclad, the best you can get it if you had the best gear in the game. Obviously in 4.8, you're going to be starting fresh and you're not going to have some of these components. But when you do, this is what you're going to want it to look like. Okay. So as we scroll down here, these are your weapons. You start off with the 85Bs and shredders across the board. And I think they're fine weapons to start with. The Scorpion, I think, is the guns that are inside the hangar. So it doesn't really matter. You can change them to buzzsaws if you want. But it doesn't make that much of a big deal because these are inside the ship guns, I believe, right? So, but if you want them to be in order with the other ones, change them to sawbucks. As far as your missiles and bombs or your torpedoes, I would leave them at electromagnetic reapers. That's good for me. Should be good for you. Of course, whenever you can and you reach the pinnacle, you're going to want to put your FR86s on this bad boy. But putting 4 FR86s on an Ironclad, what are you doing with your life, man? But if you want it and you have the extra components and you want the Pinnacle, that's the Pinnacle. Okay? Same with the JS500s. Your military grade A is your Pinnacle. But it's a cargo ship, guys. It's a drop ship, guys. I mean, do what you want. This is the Pinnacle. Coolers, there is you don't want to do them. I mean, you could run the military grade A blizzards if you want, but you can buy these cryo stars or any of the things that give you power minimum at 2, and they'll be just as good. So I would suggest just buying the civilian grade B coolers, whether you buy the cryo stars or the frostbite, it doesn't really matter. Just go buy those. Those are your best coolers. The military grade ones are, but they're the same thing. Like you might as well buy these and don't waste your blizzards or bother looking for blizzards or whatever the case is. Then your quantum drive, of course, the Pinnacle is the TS2. That's the Pinnacle. Of course, you won't have it in the beginning, but that's the pinnacle. And for a cargo ship, I think that is kind of necessary. If you're looking for a beautiful cargo ship, you want to put the military grade A quantum drive on it because you want it to move fast. That one I agree with. Your radar, go ahead and switch that to military grade A too. You don't need full pips in it, just a minimum. But it's the best choice you have, I guess. So that's your build, right? So here's your pips on the side here that we're messing with. You can drop these coolers on the side. You could even drop your life support in most situations, and you can go full into there. So if you want to, you can have life supports, maybe 2 into life supports, or you can have a second cooler, however you want to do it, because you're running full ballistics. You have lots of different options, lots of cool stuff. All this stuff is going to be in the description. These builds, they're going to be in the description for you guys to click on and check out. Again, these weapons here, these ballistic Gatlins, do 127 alpha damage alongside with their shredders that do 81. This does matter. We're going to talk about this at a little bit later in the video, but these matter, and I'll show you why they matter in a minute. But as far as what I'm talking about, pinnacle stuff, this is the best stuff you can get. But I wouldn't necessarily build my ironclad this way. So I'm going to show you the second way of doing this, and we're going to do it straight together. Okay, so this is your base ironclad. What I would recommend for you to do is maybe if you have the monies and stuff, again, it's a cargo ship, guys, or a drop-off ship. The guns, they're not that important. Please don't go out doing crazy combat missions with an ironclad. It is slow as shit. It is slow as shit. And it is big. And look at its pitching, y'all. Don't go come. But if you do, all right. What I recommend is to put on the M series cannons. The M series cannons are the best lasers in the game right now, and Omni Skies and Light Strikes mean nothing in this game anymore. So if you're gonna run cannons, use your M series cannons. You could run attritions if you want, or laser repeaters if you want, but I recommend the M series cannons. The reason why this is, look at the alpha damage on these things. 922 alpha damage, and I'll again show you why that's important later. So put M series cannons all the way across the board, M5As all the way across the board, M5As all the way across the board for the best bang for your buck. M5As all the way across the board. Okay, these other ones, these are inside. You can put them as M4As, or honestly, I'd probably leave these as ballistics to maybe save you a pip, but it seems like they don't actually save you a pip. But anyways, then you keep your electromagnetic torps, and what you can go for shields to buy is your civilian grade shields. So you're going to want to go from your industrial C's to your civilian grade A's, which are your NAR guns. Okay, you can buy these ones. Yes, they cost a lot of money because they're size 3 shields and they cost a lot of money. But if you're looking for things that you can purchase with money when you start making money, these are what you're going to buy instead of finding your military grade stuff. And same thing with your power plants. You're going to buy your industrial A. These are just as good as most things, and you can buy these. So go ahead and do that. And the coolers. The coolers are not changing. The coolers, you can still just run the Cryo Star Extra Large or the Frostbites. Those are the best coolers. You might as well just run them. However you want to do that is up to you. Okay. And then your quantum drive, if you can't get a hold of a TS2, you're going to want to get your industrial grade one, your Agni. Okay. Your Agni is what you can purchase and is what you're going to be looking for. And then your radar is still going to be your military grade A radar. And as you see, the ironclad has a couple pip issues and all that kind of stuff. So let's drop some of these coolers. Let's drop the life supports. You can go full into pips on your guns, and then full into your thrusters, and then maybe an extra in there. You could even drop, nope, you can't drop there. So, and that's how you would run your pips on your ironclad with your M series cannons. This is what I recommend if you're going to be running the ironclad. You might as well put on the big cannons. And let's talk about why the alpha damage matters, okay? So there's a whole new weapon balance and armor balance, and it all has to do with this armor damage threshold, okay? So this is a big part of the game now, and it's a new rebalance. And this is how much armor ships have in the game. Okay, as you can see, starting from low, starting at starter ships and light fighters and things like that, they don't have any armor. Any guns will probably really do. So as the Ironclad that has big guns, you're not really worried about that. And your problem with these small ships is if you could even hit them. But I digress. Moving up the list, you go into medium fighters and things like that. But then you go up to your light multi-crew and your heavy fighters, okay? These start to have more armor on them and start to struggle with dealing damage to them. We'll show you how those sawbucks can still do damage to basically all these ships here, but it has some small setbacks. But then as you go up to the 400i and above, your sawbucks are no longer good, or your shredders are no longer going to be able to deal damage to these bigger, heavy multi-crew ships like Connies and Corsairs and Paladins and stuff. You're no longer going to be able to do damage to these guys. So that's why we talked about the M series cannons. Same thing with up here. A lot of your guns are not going to be able to do damage to these big, heavy gunships or capital ships or sub-capital ships. So this is why we talked about those M series cannons. The M5As do 410 alpha damage. So the M5As will be able to hurt everything on here up until the Perseus and Polaris and stuff. Then your size 3 guns will no longer be able to do damage. Now let's talk about this into a further detail by showing you the showcase of the ship in SP Viewer's calculator. So we're going to go up to the Drake Ironclad Assault, and we're going to change some of these guns out. Well, actually, we're going to leave, so we're going to change this to the M7A, and we're going to leave that as a shredder, and we're going to change one of these to the M5A, okay? Now let's go down here and click on this calculator button, and we're going to fight, say, let's start something low, like the Hornet, right? Okay. So as you can see here with the Hornet with full shields, your shredders go straight through it, and you're perfectly fine. Everything's going to murder this F7A. You're having no problems, okay? No problems when its shields drop, the M7As and the other lasers deal damage. It's actually showing here, showing you that the Scorpion will not deal damage, but again, that's the gun that's inside, but that's a showcase that some guns will not deal damage to the F7A at all. Alright, some guns just don't have enough oomph. Moving on, let's go up to a little bit bigger of a ship, like a Vanguard Harbinger is the heavy fighter I usually use as a showcase. You can see here that the shredder deflects off of the Vanguard Harbinger heavy fighter when its shields are fully up. But as the shields begin to drop, the shredder will eventually be able to deal damage around 40% shields, and the shredder will be able to begin doing damage to the heavy fighters. So this is why, like, I say to use these M5 cannons instead of the shredders, because if you're shooting a heavy fighter, you're not going to deal damage till you get his shields a little bit lower. Moving on to even a bigger ship, like the big bad boys you're going to be fighting, you're going to be fighting in PvP areas where I don't recommend to bring the Ironclad, but just to make you happy and showcase this, we can shoot a Polaris, okay? And the Polaris, as you can see, the shredders don't do damage. The Scorpion doesn't do damage. As the shields begin to drop, even when the shields drop all the way down, the shredder doesn't do damage at all. Even the M5A laser cannon does not do enough damage to hurt the Polaris at all. Only your M7A size 5 laser cannon will be able to deal damage to the Polaris. When the armor begins to drop, your M5A will start to pick up, and then again, if armor continues to drop even further, eventually your other guns will be able to hit through too. But that's a brief little crash course on the alpha damage and armor plating and all that kind of stuff on the new balance changes in 4.8. So I hope this helped. This was your ironclad build and setup. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Like, comment, subscribe. I appreciate you guys. I'm always here to help. Stop by the live stream. Come join us. Come play with us. This is the best place for information, hands down. Until next time, all this information will be in the description. Adios. I'm done. I did it, guys. I'm done. I'm done. Take my bow, and I'm out of here. 4 ship build videos for you guys. Tons and tons of information. This live stream is gold. You can tell people to rewatch this VOD if they need any combat information at all for 4.8 or any information. This is where it is. And make sure to share this to my notepad. And share this. Share this to my notepad. And ta-da. Okay. Thank you, Laz. We're not doing another one. Guys, I hope you guys enjoyed. I will be on tomorrow. Probably before the patch comes out, and then of course all day, all nights, forever until Monday morning. We're going to be playing Star Citizen and grinding rep and grinding money and grinding components and grinding gear and grinding weapons and grinding everything. So thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Greatness is upon us, guys. Greatness is upon us. I know I've been inconsistent and my viewer base is a little bit down, so please help share and comment and like things to get it out into the wilderness so we can get our numbers back up, because once upon a time we were one of the biggest YouTube and Twitch stuff on the market, and you know, baby stuff and work, it's been rough, but when the baby's born, I'll be on like normal again for the most part, besides watching the kid at the same time on the live stream. You know, we'll make it work. Space Dad in the making. Love you guys. That's all I got. I'm not saying more. Bye bye. Adios. Tired. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.